bring those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting him with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size, and from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret, with tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdueboxing shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family. We back. We back to give boxing is just do how we always do on this good Tuesday. Back with another unbiased, balanced boxing build. We gonna get into it, man. You know, we got an interesting conversation, man. I think so. Personally, man. Terence Crawford name has been everywhere since he made history, right? And mostly for good, right? Despite the little hiccup with the being held at gunpoint and getting through that situation, right? You still have people that just don't seem to enjoy what he do or appreciate it, bro. And yeah, y'all know how I do, man. I'm all about giving just due and giving credit where it's due. And I just don't see how people could like, first of all, to even mention Terence Crawford in the same breath as Andre Ward is respectful, is impressive in his own right? Now, Terence Crawford done did some shit Andre Ward ain't even done, right? But to mention that they're cut from the same cloth, so to mention one name with the other, you could never slight one of the two. Like, right, these dudes are great, man. He's going to be, you know, Andre Ward Hall of Famer. Same thing with Bud. When he retires, going to be a Hall of Famer. You give him the... I seen this clip. Shout out to the Boxing Voice, man. They always got these interesting callers that call into their show with these wild ass takes. And I just had to talk about it because this is how some people out here really think about Bud Crawford. They still don't recognize greatness when they see it, bro. And I'm convinced, man, that's just because it's going to take more time to pass for people to realize how good he is, right? It's like, with time, you're going to really look back and be like, damn, that Terence Crawford dude really was one of the best fighters we got to watch, bro. he got in there and whooped your ass, right? Beat you up, knocked you out, outboxed you, man. You say he couldn't do something, he went and showed you he could do it. Like, you really gonna sit back and see. And look, I never get tired of giving people they just do. That's what my channel based on, right? So I'll never get tired of talking about shit like this, especially when I hear that, you know, Bud Crawford is just the, you know, 2025 boxing, you know, Andre Ward of, you know what I mean, boxing, you know what I mean, in 2025, just boring, you know what I mean, boring, not entertaining. He's a star, but never would be a superstar. All that weird talk. Like, I just don't even understand how you look at him that way and disrespect what he's put out. Even with Ward, like, I heard somebody saying, look, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but people will tell you in one breath that they're a diehard boxing fan, they know boxing, but then they'll shit on Andre Ward because maybe stylistically he ain't your favorite. But he was one of the absolute best. No matter if the man was your favorite, he one of the best. And he ain't duck no smoke. He beat them all up. Let's get to this, man. Let me say what's up to my peoples, man. Y'all double tap that screen. Hit that like button. Sub to the channel if you new, man. Turn that bell icon on. Support the ground. We gonna get to it. Blunt Sports, my dog. What's good with it, homie? How you feeling? John, what it do, homie? Band up in the building, my guy. Shout out to John. Band up. Appreciate you, family. Much love, man. Already getting it started, man. Let's get it started, because you know we're gonna build, man. We're gonna chop it up for a bit, man. We're gonna talk this boxing, and we're gonna give Andre Ward and Bud Crawford his just due, because that's what we do over here, man. Phone be pissing me off sometimes, bro. My bad. She said just to start it off. Shout out to the homie. Band up, man. Appreciate it.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Stretched out boxing, what it do, homie? Shout out to my homie Reef. Interesting boxing combos on the thug streets of YouTube. What's going on? What I miss, man? What I miss? Uncle Villain in the building. Was good, man. No caps. That Crawford way bigger than Ward. Look, they cut from the same cloth, man. Bigger. I don't know, man. The only point that dude did have in this in his assessment was saying that, you know, Terence Crawford to a degree will never be a superstar, and maybe he won't, but shit, that's not a flex. That's like I don't know, that's a shot at boxing fans, right? And who we decide to anoint. Like, I've said this time and time before, and I have no problem saying it. I feel comfortable saying it. I stand on it. The fact that Terence Crawford isn't a bigger star is not like some type of, it's not a flex for boxing. Like, it kind of demonstrates exactly why people will overlook the sport and rather watch something else. They'll go watch something else, one of the team sports or whatever the case. This is why, like, a talent this great should not have taken him to beat Canelo Alvarez for people to realize how good he was. There's no way in the world. Hey, I swear. I swear, yo, I'm about to block Reef. Hey, yo, I swear, man, I can't be messing with you, bro. You know I had my medicine. I can't be reading comments like that. I'm about to ignore Reef, bro. He crazy. I looked that dude up before, bro. I got a good laugh out of it. Y'all crazy. Cause I could take a good joke, but you a fool. I look too good to look like a Frozone, though. Yo, I'm about to block Reef. Hey, chat, I'm about to block Reef for 10 minutes. And then that's my guy. And we gonna get to it. GQ, what's good with it, man? He a fool, man. What's good, GQ? Yeah, man. Yeah, that's why, you know, look, over here we fight the good fight, bro. No matter what fighter it is, y'all gonna continue to see as boxing go on, as we continue to, you know, have these fights. Whenever I see a fighter that we talk about that I'm aware of getting slighted, not getting their credit, not getting their just due, I gotta go to bat for them. They don't need the protection, but it's not about that. I think these poor assessments all across YouTube is why people don't recognize Terence Crawford as the kind of fighter he is. Think about it. Still to this day, y'all out here taking jabs at the man. Yo, it's okay to admit, yo, I was wrong about Terence Crawford. I was wrong. I was wrong about him. I had him a little effed up. Man, he proved me wrong. I mean, look, it's a hats off to him. But I got such and such beating him, or I still got such and such being better than him. That's all cool. But to say, he just the born, the Andre Ward of 2025, he just, born, he'll never be a superstar, not entertaining. That's bullshit, because he gave you the best of both worlds. Like, he outboxed you when you was tough enough to not get knocked out. And then even when you was deemed that he was knocking out guys that never been stopped, like he was beating the shit out of people, man. You get what I'm saying? Crawford beat real ass. And like I said, I think it's a disservice to the sport, to him, to his career, to like all the people that say they love boxing, man, and how we let this kind of talent get undermined for so long is all I'm saying. That shit is wild to me. Like, it makes no sense. And I'm here to talk about it. Like, Andre Ward, SOG was one of them ones, bro. He ain't duck shit. Mr. Super 6, man. He cleaned up the Super 6, ran through 168, moved up when his knee was giving him problems, moved up and beat the Crusher, man, after a couple of fights, couple of tune-up fights, man. The reason y'all mad at Andre Ward today is because he did it his way. Anybody that do it their way, y'all don't like it. And miss me with that bullshit. Y'all still slighting Andre Ward to this day, and it's trickling down to Terence Crawford, some of the best fighters in the world. Andre Ward ain't duck or avoid nobody. Don't give me that shit. Anybody that's following the sport know the real reason he left, because the body was breaking down. Knee was giving him issues, all types of shit. You see what kind of issues he went through in the first Kovalev fight. You'll be surprised that he even competed with that guy, let alone run it back and beat him again. But nah, instead of saying that, nah, man, Andre Ward wasn't that good, man. I ain't like the style, man. All he did was jabbing and hold and this and that. I'm like, nah. Andre Ward was one of them ones, man. And again, shame on boxing fans for not being able to highlight that without disrespecting the man. These guys don't have to be your favorite. But when it comes to checking boxes, being great and being a world-class guy, that's Andre Ward 100% through and through. You get what I'm saying, man? He represent that shit at the highest level, bro. The best are being recognized as the best in the sport. It's all about popularity, man. It's a fake blunt, man. This shit getting nasty. That's why we got to keep on pushing that good fight, man. You know what I mean? Fighting that good fight, as I like to call it. My good brother told me don't even fight, and I get it. So we just gonna keep pushing boxing. That's what's wrong with this shit. You know what I'm saying? If once I said this before, once upon a time you thought Errol Spence was one of the best fighters in the world. Shout out to my brother Kyle Cooler. What it do, homie? Z, what's good with it? Blessings, family. How you feeling? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep getting to it, man. Once upon a time, you thought Errol Spence was one of the best and prime to be a guy that would not only defeat Terence Crawford and become undisputed at welterweight. People thought he would jump up and be the guy to fight Canelo at some type of catch weight or whatever weight and beat him. But that didn't happen. Instead, it was Bud. And instead of looking at Bud, it's like, damn, if you thought Errol Spence was that good and he beat him like that, not only him and Canelo, it should be unanimous across YouTube that this guy is special. He great. Show me a boring Terence Crawford fight. Show me where I can go at and look at and find me a boring Terence Crawford fight. What the hell you mean not entertaining? And that's the shit that kills me. Whether or not he's a superstar, he's well off. Like, he's made his money. He's got his paydays. Even if it took him to be 37, 38 years old to get his just due, he got it. At the end of the day, he won. Ain't nothing you could take from him, bro. He did it. He jumped weight classes when people were saying we was idiots to even think that he would be able to do it. And for him to be able to do it, and today, it's like, he was born. He'll never be a superstar. That's shame on the boxing fans. Because we got a real one that represents the sport at the highest level, and we not even letting the people know that. You know what I mean? We got personal feelings towards fighters that we shouldn't even have. Hold on, let me get this right, man. We got personal feelings toward Bud Crawford that you shouldn't even have. You get what I'm saying? We talk more about stupid negotiations and, silly ass arguments about resumes when he's proven to you time and time again, resume is not the end all be all. He just was one of those special guys. You get what I'm saying? He just was one of those special guys. And then, like I said, I'm never going to get tired of speaking the truth, because that's really what this is about. Look, when y'all come here, expect to hear a fair, good balanced boxing conversation, bro. I get tired of this weird energy with not being able to just give a guy the credit that they work for. Like, these dudes spend their whole life working towards something, and a lot of them don't. Do you know what percentage of fighters that Crawford just put himself in beating Canelo, let alone when he became undisputed at 140, let alone doing it at 47, but to do it again at 68? Do you know the rare company that he put himself in? There's nobody else that done that as a male. No other male champ, nobody. What do you mean not entertaining? What do you mean that's what a superstar should be? He chased it, man. He never ducked nothing. You could argue all you want about his resume. He showed you every single time I get in the ring, I'm world class and I'm going to be better than that guy on the other end of me. Do you know how hard that is? That shit not easy, man. If what he did was so easy, everybody would be doing it. He wouldn't be in rare company in a class by himself, all by himself, if what he did wasn't nothing, if it was so easy. Right, man? We not doing that, man. Like, I'm going to play the clip to show y'all how I got here, man. Ghetto Fab, what it do, homie? 47 waiting. Says the true Bud vacated all at 168 belts. So I saw it was BS. I didn't get that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because I seen him say somewhere that the only person he was trying to fight, I think, was Canelo. Hey, man, double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. Y'all be robbing me on the likes, man. Take your booger pickers, man. Double tap the like button, man. Did the screen hit that like button for your boy? Let's build on it, man. Let me show y'all the clip that brought me here. And look, it's just a random person take, but this shit goes over airwaves where hundreds and thousands of people get to hear it. So it makes this shit, these people voices travel because of the platforms that they be giving these wild takes on. But just check this out. Check this out.
Terence Bud Crawford is really just the Andre Ward of 2025. You're boring. You're not the most entertaining as just a personality. You're just a good fighter. You'll never be the superstar. You're just going to be a star. That's why you're going to always be outweighed by niggas like Tank Davis and shit like that who really don't care, but they get knockouts and people care what the fuck they move in the streets. But shout out to Bud, though. Do something great. Dare to be great. Fight Bivol. Fucking fight Jerron Ennis. But I can guarantee before when Bud calls it done, they're going to have every excuse under the sun while they duck Jerron Boots Ennis. So shout out to Boots. Keep that energy and chase that nigga to 160. I believe Boots can beat Carlos Adames and maybe even goddamn Laura. So why not just do that? Say 154 and just fuck it. Just chase Bud wherever the fuck he go. Force that nigga to say no. Make him say no on camera, because I guarantee he probably will.
And you hear it, man. Like, Dank, what it do, homie? How you feeling? You hear the take. He just Andre Ward. First of all, let me make this make sense. Samuel, shout out to my guy. What's good with it? Teach. My God, dang, what's good with it, bro? Look, I look, everybody, Jamal, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Everybody got their opinions, but you can't sit here. First of all, Ernest, what's good, my guy? How you feeling, bro? First of all, comparing anybody to Andre Ward, that's always should be a compliment. The fact that you found a way to bring up what is going to be first ballot Hall of Famers, like I just want to highlight the ignorance of boxing fans. He found a way to highlight two of the absolute best fighters that boxing had to offer in this era that we've been able to watch, this generation of boxing we've been watching, right? You get what I'm saying? Andre Ward being a Hall of Famer, you know Buzz going to be first ballot when he retired, right? Imagine having a conversation where you hold both of them in a crazy light and find a way to undermine all of what they accomplished and Bud on top of that in the same conversation at the same time, bro. Let's get the lights up, man. Double tap the screen. For anybody that's new in here, sub to the channel, double tap the screen, hit that bell icon. Let's go, man. Let's build. We're going to get to this, man. If y'all want to come up, it's in the community section. Click the link, and we're going to build, man. But let's get the likes up, man. The likes is disgusting. Let's get them all the way up. It's free, and we're going to build. We're going to have a good conversation. But like I said, man, the fact that he was able to hold both of those guys and their accomplishments all in one breath and minimize it to nothing shows exactly what's wrong with boxing fans. It gives you a bird's eye view as to why a guy like a Terence Bud Crawford wouldn't be this quote-unquote superstar. It gives you a prime example of why Andre Ward wouldn't be a superstar. These are guys that have always been about the smoke, have always been about the smoke. They're not known for turning down fights and not wanting to challenge themselves. You can't say that about them dudes. You know what I'm saying? They got legacy on their side, right? They got the accolades on their side, right? They fighting the fights. They making some money, right? They did this shit their way. Andre Ward and Terence Crawford cut from the same cloth. Those are two guys that's when it's all said and done, they story should read that they did it their way and probably retired at the top. That's what people don't want to see. That's why they have wild ass conversations like what dude just called in. Mind you, yo, people take time out of their day, calling to these platforms and these podcasts to give the most negative takes on the best fighters in the world, and you wonder why people overlook talents like Crawford. I said this before. It's a crime that he just now getting his just due, and every time he beats somebody, it's another excuse, bro. And you don't believe me, man? Just watch. People talking about how Canelo ain't elite no more, and that's just a way to try to take credit from a guy that beat him. Y'all went from saying how he was done for taking a fight to now Canelo ain't elite no more. Like you cannot. When I say you cannot make this stuff up, you really can't make this stuff up, bro. They don't know what narrative they want to push depending on the time of the day and how they feel, bro. But the fact of the matter is, he beat this guy fair and square. You know what I'm saying? And he handed his ass to him, man. I gotta find this clip where they was hating like they always do. Y'all double tap the screen. Say, do you think some people's hate comes from how he bet fighters that disappoint them? Yeah. And that's sports bet and earnest. That's a fact. Jay Peso was good. War was just okay. Hell no. You can't remember who he beat. That's because you ain't watching, bro. You ain't watching. Hey, Jay Peso, I'm gonna ask you this. You don't remember the Super Six? That's all you need to know, bro. You don't remember Andre Ward competing in the Super Six and running through all the best guys there, beating all of them? You don't remember that? You really don't remember that. Andre Ward wasn't seeing that. Look, I want to let you know over here, I respect all opinions. So I'm not a disagree kind of guy. I see where you coming from. But I think if you really analyze the career of Andre Ward and what he was able to do, who he beat, how he went about his business, you will know that he's a lot more than okay. That's remember, a Hall of Famer and a legit Hall of Famer. Think about it. Moved up, defeated the boogeyman, retired on top. Get what I'm saying? Yeah, he beat Chad Dawson. That called him out. Beat Chad Dawson, Kessler, Green, you name it. Carl Froch. Man, he beat a lot of ass, bro. He beat a lot of ass, man. And I ain't even name them all. Ward beat some dogs, man. Ward beat some dogs. He said I rooted for Canelo because of his legacy, but Bud is better, plain and simple. Stuntman Mike, shout out to you, fam. Yeah, Bud is just simply better. But you know what? This is the thing about me, though, Stuntman. I try to make sure when I talk boxing that I highlight what's dope about both of them. So what made that fight and what made Bud achievement and him beating Canelo so special, because we know what Canelo stood for in boxing. We know what his resume was, how many people he beat. He fought the who's. Now, we all know he didn't fight the Benavidez fight, but aside from that, you get what I'm saying? He fought the who's, man. So Bud beating him, it just made Bud beating him that much more special for Bud, right? And just hard to tell. You got to tip your hat to both of them dudes. Crawford has more age than Canelo, so who has passed his time? The real Unos. Look, Crawford is older in age. Yeah, he's older in age, but Canelo's biological clock is ticking, and I've always said that he's older in the body, right? Look, check this out. This is how they disown their guy. Sunchild, what it do? Shout out to Sammy, man. Y'all double tap that screen. Anybody new in the building, sub to the channel, hit that like button, turn that bell icon on, and let's rock. But look what they do.
Canelo valió verga, compa. Every time he fights a good boxer, he gets out boxed, compa. Every important fight he had to demonstrate and win. Mayweather, Bivol.
Triple G though, he faced Triple G.
Yeah, but at what age? Canelo's never been a gladiator, a guerrero. I don't know where people get it from, the guerrero. He's technical. Yeah. He's really technical, but if you look at the way he fights, he's very stale. Like, tiene mucha técnica, but it's not I want to watch a Canelo. It doesn't remind me nothing of a Chavez. Doesn't remind me nothing of a Marquez. It doesn't even remind me of Barrera, like none of the gladiators. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y aparte, güey, se le subió un chingo también, güey. Todos criticábamos a Mayweather, güey.
Listen
Por
to
las
how
mamás que
people
hacía.
throw
He
their
started acting
fighters
like Mayweather.
away
He
when
started
they
picking and
lose.
choosing también, güey.
going
Hay
with it.
mucho
Listen to that.
boxeador mexicano leyenda que a Canelo no lo ven como un guerrero, güey. No lo ven, like, he's not up there like that. Marquez had way better, more exciting fights, way. And he's never been a like long-lasting
not up
boxer.
there like
After
that.
fifth,
It's crazy, bro.
fifth and sixth round, Canelo starts slowing down all the time. He's never been fast, though. He's focused on too much golfing, way. Be a golfer or be a boxer. Hey, una apuesta, güey, que si Mayweather pelea contra Canelo, Mayweather le vuelve a ganar. Igual, güey.
And you see, I play that to show y'all I don't got them feelings toward Canelo. Canelo is a great fighter. What you mean he not up there with Chavez and Marquez and them? Yes, he is, bro. Now you can argue that they might be better or have better careers or excuse me, y'all, they more legendary or whatever the case. That's for y'all to debate. But if he's up there with them? Absolutely he is. Has Canelo been fast? Yeah, he had fast hands, really good upper body and head movement. He did, but look how they throw you away. He almost 70 fights in. That's what dude forgot to include in his conversation. He's saying, he doing too much golfing. And he wasn't doing. What was all his golfing at when he was beating everybody else's ass? He's beating all these other dudes' ass when he was golfing. And this is the problem as well. Did y'all hear it in the first few words of his assessment? He said anytime he goes up against a good boxer, he loses. So you mean tell me Floyd Mayweather is a good boxer? That's it? You mean tell me Dimitri Bivol is just a good boxer? That's it? You mean to tell me Terence Crawford is just a good boxer? That's it? That's the problem. Floyd is a generational talent, God gifted. Terence Crawford, same deal, man. Cut from that cloth, generational talent. Them dudes weren't just good boxers. They were phenomenal boxers and talents, great talents. And this shit got proven. That's what it proved. But it just goes to show you that's the mind of a typical boxing fan. And they wonder why it's so easy for people to join and watch another sport, to tune boxing out, to say, it's just the new WWE. I'll go watch wrestling or something else. This is why, because the guys that be at the pinnacle of the sport get trashed. And don't give me that, oh, man, that's part of the game. I don't want to hear that shit. It shouldn't be part of the game. It's a reason Canelo Alvarez is held to a standard that people held him to for all these years. He built himself. He won. He put in the work. You get what I'm saying? He ain't just some run-of-the-mill ass Mexican fighter. I don't believe that. I don't. He's been a very big part of boxing for years to come. He's looked at as one of the faces of boxing. You got Anthony Joshua, the heavyweight. You got a Canelo. You got a Tank, right? You got some name. He's one of them guys. You can't look at him and say if he ain't up there with a Chavez or something because he fought a Crawford. Them dudes and Marquez wouldn't beat no damn Terence Crawford at no point. In my respect to Marquez, he great, but he wouldn't beat no damn. You get me? He wouldn't be no damn Terence Crawford. They ain't running to no Terence Crawford in their career. They ain't running to no Floyd Mayweathers in their career. You get what I'm saying? They don't just give me that, man. So him losing to them guys ain't the worst, man. Ain't the worst thing in the world, man. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Behind TV, my dog. He said Austin Charles is an elite boxer and Nello beat him. Right, and they won't even give him credit for that, bro. They won't even give him credit for that, bro. That's crazy. Cinnamon Laz, you fighters notoriety getting to 70 bouts. Yeah, that shit is special, bro. I heard it was Maria Burley Beans. John stupid. Y'all double tap that screen, hit that like button. If you new, sub to the channel. We just gonna talk about it, man. Like I said, we gonna put some respect on all these fighters' names, from Canelo to Andre Ward to Terence Crawford, bro. Them dudes ain't run-of-the-mill talents. They are all special in their own right. Don't make it seem like Canelo Alvarez wasn't a breath of fresh air for the Mexican people, right? Like, he meant a lot, and he still do mean a lot to his people because he put in a lot of work. Canelo been beating up grown men since he was 15. What do you mean that's not special? Again, these ain't the conversations that y'all used to hear, and I ain't super toxic, but what do you mean he ain't up there with the Chavez? The dude been beating up grown men and probably more than likely knocking shit out since he was 15 as a professional. And here he is at 35 years old, and he can't get more respect than that. You out here talking about how he ain't good, he never been fast, he need to retire or play golf. That's how y'all do y'all stars, man. That's how y'all do y'all best talent, man. Nah, bro. Put some respect on Nello. Because then by putting respect on Nello or by downplaying Canelo, then we downplay the win that Crawford just got. We're not doing that. You talking about he's no longer elite. That shit wasn't said when he was beating up Berlinga. That shit wasn't said when he was beating up John Ryder, Jaime McGee, and a slew of other guys. Wasn't nobody talking about he ain't elite. No, don't give me that. Y'all said what Crawford was doing was impossible. We don't get to diminish that now. Canelo, he just wasn't elite. Nah, that wasn't what y'all was saying before. Hell no. Y'all wasn't even saying that. Y'all was like, the weight gonna be too much. He gonna end up getting stopped. He shouldn't be doing this. This is a stupid fight. He looked bad against Madrimov. He looked old. His legs was gone. He couldn't even hurt Madrimov. What makes you think he's going to be able to hurt Canelo? Canelo just going to end up stopping him. None of that shit happened. Pillar to post and belt to ass is what happened. And now you got people disrespecting. They taking credit from what Crawford did. They knocking it. They making it seem like what he did wasn't something special. And that's what they do, bro. Not real boxing fans. On one hand, you dissing one of the best fighters, that came out of Guadalajara, right? And Canelo Alvarez. And then on the flip end, you shitting on Terence Crawford, the guy that beat him. You're not even going to give either guy credit. And then on top of that, Buddy just made a comparison with Andre Ward and Terence Crawford, and he downplayed him. Just what in the hell are we doing to boxing? We tearing that shit up. One Hall of Famer at a time. Because make no mistake, when Canelo retire, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Andre Ward is a Hall of Famer. Canelo going to be there. Bud Crawford going to be there. So you telling me getting up on a platform or any public forum and speaking that the Hall of Fame fighters of this generation of boxing ain't shit is what we saying. Andre Ward was he wasn't nothing special. Canelo Alvarez, he's not up there with Chavez and them. And Floyd and Terence Crawford ain't no Floyd Mayweather. Why are we doing that? Terence Crawford don't got to be Floyd Mayweather to be great. He Terence Crawford, man. Y'all ain't see what he just did to Canelo? Y'all ain't seen a parade they just threw for Buddy? Y'all ain't see how they just celebrated that man, gave him the key to the city for the second time around? You don't do that to regular people. Regular people don't accomplish shit like that. So I just wanted to be very clear. It's nothing regular about what he did. The career of Canelo Alvarez, like bro mentioned, he on his way to 70 fights. There's nothing regular about that, especially not in today's boxing. Some guys, look, Lomachenko retired with what, 21, 22 fights, something like that? You got Canelo, been fighting since he was 15, an early teen to 35, and we trying to act like that shit is regular? So if it's regular, name me another guy or name me a handful of guys right off the bat that started since 15 years old and had the kind of career Canelo had. You could be mad about the Benavidez fight. I get it. But at the end of the day, that dude put on for the sport, man. You can't disrespect what he did just because he took a loss to Crawford. Crawford is God-given, man. That shit's special over there. I'm telling you. That kid from Omaha is blessed, man. You get me. Loma probably slip in there, Jay Peso. He probably slip in there. Bro said Durant 72 fights at 29. But today's boxing, bro. Today's boxing. I get that. I'm talking about today's boxing. But even if you want to throw Durant in there, that's fine. But now look what company that is. Look how they look at Durant. So I'm glad you throw him in there. Throw him in there if you will. But I'm talking about today's boxing. Guys don't get up to 70 fights is what I'm saying. Back then, more of a regular occurrence. Guys really fought their asses off. They fought a lot. But I'm talking about today's boxing. Guys ain't fighting no 70 times. Dudes ain't turning pro at no 15 years old. Over there in Mexico, probably knocking out fully grown men. You get what I'm saying? That shit is impressive to me. It's impressive, bro. That's not regular shit. You get what I'm saying? Said Tomas. Yeah, Duran. Shout out to Duran. If y'all see any disrespect, y'all already know. Send them to the shadow round, man. Nothing wrong with losing to. Shout out to Cam. Facts. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at, bro. Why is it that we tend to throw the fighters away after losing to the absolute best? When has ever listen to this? This is what we want as boxing fans. We want guys. We always cry about fighting the best, right? Best fight the best. But then when the best fight the best, you throw one of the guys away for losing to the best. How does that make sense? And then you wonder why we see less and less of this so-called best fighting the best. All people want to do is disrespect the fighters and you toss them away. Canelo losing to Bud shouldn't diminish and disregard everything that he's done up until this point because he lost to that guy. Same way Bud would have lost to him. But this is the sad part. It was a lose-lose for boxing anyway because you got such ungrateful fans with voices, right? Had Bud lost, they would have diminished everything he's ever accomplished up until this point. The Undisputeds at 47-40, all the titles, none of that shit would have mattered. They would have said it didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Now Canelo is the one that lost. Instead of people saying Bud proved us wrong and showed us just how great he is, but, you know, and still be able to highlight Canelo was great too, but Bud just was better. That's all that is. Canelo is great, but Bud just is better. Canelo is great. I think Bud is generational talent. You know what I mean? Lisa, peace to the queen. How you feeling today? And shit, Canelo could be as well. There's an argument as well with him. He not no run-of-the-mill guy. Like I said, 70 fights in, still holding it down. It took for a really, really special fighter to beat him. You get what I'm saying? It took for a special fighter to beat him. In the Canelo era, nah. Because look, no one person runs the sport. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think so. I mean, look, I respect where you coming from. You feel like it was the worst era. Nah, I think the only thing that soiled the era, Rafael, was the not fighting Benavidez. You get what I'm saying? I think had he fought him, it would be less of a reason to talk shit, right? Like about him. Like, because think about it, that's the only stone that's kind of he left unturned, right? He didn't, you know what I mean? He didn't go down that street with Benavidez. Everybody else, it ain't really nobody else. I mean, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that because once upon a time there was a Charlos and Andre, so it was a couple people. He did do some different things that made you question him. But look, I can't knock him, man. His resume still speaks for itself. Even with him not fighting some of those guys, he still fought a lot of top tier talent. And he had a hell of a run, and it took for a guy as good as Crawford to be able to take that from him. Shout out to my homie Eric, man. What's good with it, bro? Said Jimmy Butler. Before we started cherry picking for the money. It's just business, right? It's just business. It's smart business. Broly, what's good, homie? We got a sheep recognize only one championship from now on. I don't like it's fishy. We're gonna touch on that a little bit too. We're gonna touch on that, Broly. We definitely is. Al Booger, my dog, what's good with it, bro? Ray Law's trying to avoid a Dirk Benavidez. 2 years ago. See that none of that matters though. None of that matters. People probably wasn't talking about the Bud fight 2 years ago because 2 years ago it didn't seem like a real thing. Bud wasn't talking about it. Nobody was. I mean, even how it got brought to his attention and him being made aware of it, it was from something Bill Haney put in his ear, right? So the fact that nobody was talking about it don't really matter because the fight happened, and you know what? Them impressions and all that stuff, the content that surrounded the Canelo Bud saga was crazy. They took over the internet. So, and what they had over 70K in attendance, they said over 40 plus million at the gate. That's success right there. So whether people was talking about it or not 2 years ago is irrelevant because when it was time for it to happen, people couldn't get enough of it for better or for worse. And then now it's still being talked about by guys such as myself because I think it deserved to be talked about. Not just so much the X's and O's of the fight, but the aftermath of the fight. And how even after proving so many people wrong, they still finding a different way to try to take away from that. Nah, man, y'all just got to eat that crow, man. Sit on that one. Take that L, as they say, man. L. Y'all was wrong about Crawford. Y'all had him all screwed up, bro. You did. Y'all out here saying what he couldn't do, what he shouldn't do, who he can't beat, how he's supposed to go about chasing greatness. And he showed you I'm going to keep doing it my way. Oh, y'all said I ain't gonna go to 47 and take over. Watch this. I'm knocking everybody out, and I'm gonna be undisputed. Ain't that what he did? Jumped to 54, snatched my Jamal shit right up off him, vacated it. Y'all fight for that. Jumped right up there to 68. They said, nah, don't do that. That's stupid. But you selling your O. Where all that talk go? You selling your O. You selling out for Turkey. You holding hands, selling out for the bag. You get what I'm saying? Canelo's his guy. Canelo younger. He got more years left in the game. Turkey wants you to lose. They paid for you to lose. All this weird stuff, bro. Nah, that man got and persevered through all of that weird talk, all those weird talking points and slanderous conversation. And he went in there and beat a guy so convincingly that today people are hypnotized. And instead of just saying, man, Bud, you got me, man. You proved me wrong once again. Y'all can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But let him speak on it, man. Let him speak.
I beat this guy. It's an excuse. I beat this guy. You know, he's too young or whatever. So I'm never really going to give my full respect until afterwards. Yes, you know, it's a lot of people that's changing their narrative. Like, man, y'all watching something great right now, and we not appreciating it. And it's sad to say that we waking up at the tail end of his career. You know, we really didn't realize it until now when he's like doing extraordinary stuff, like going up 2 weight classes to fight the best fighter in that division, the #1 guy that's the face of boxing, you know. And the way that I handled that, people like, oh man, something had to be wrong. Canelo had to be washed, or Canelo just wasn't in it. I see people saying, oh, Turkey paid for Canelo to lose, you know. So I just think, you know, when you that much better than the competition, you know, people not going to give you credit until they sit down and look at it and just be like, man, that dude was good.
I told y'all, yo, is his what he accomplished and what he did for boxing. Unfortunately, even though it's something that's never been done, you would think people would receive it a lot better, but it seemed like it's going to have to take some time to pass, and for it to be a feat that, you know, people is going to be next to impossible to complete, right? Then you're going to start to look at it like he's saying, like, damn, that dude was good. I've been saying this shit. That's what it's going to be. It shouldn't have took for him to be 38 to be no star or get his just due. He been beating ass all along. He been good. He been, and I agree with him. Yeah, he been that much better than the competition, that much smarter. Yeah, yes, that's been the case. You get what I'm saying? And once upon a time, this was a dude that would show up as an amateur and be somewhat out of shape. Yeah, man, I caught the story. He was out of shape, man. He used to show up and get worked over. You get what I'm saying? And this is a guy that fixed all of that shit, learned his lesson, fixed all of that shit, and went on a crazy run. We don't get to deny that man talent because it ain't your favorite guy. Because it ain't you don't feel like you can walk up to him and just get a picture or something, man. Nah, that's a special talent, bro. We shouldn't be just now recognizing this dude at the end. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Sunchild. Bud is all I'm telling you. He just needed the opportunities he wanted. That's what that showed me. And I think we got more fighters in today's boxing like that. You know, I mean, with the right opportunities, they gonna shine. You know what I'm saying? He's from that cloth. I think any fighter that's cut from a similar cloth has the ability to be special if presented with opportunities, right? So he worked his career. He busted his ass, man, and people still undermined him. Didn't want to give him credit for nothing. And you heard what he said. You heard people say that Turkey was paying, you know, for Canelo to lose the fight and all this different stuff. Now you're hearing today that Canelo is no longer elite. You hearing that he's suffering from some type of elbow injury.
Let's start out with Canelo Alvarez. I understand you have an update.
Yes, Max. Canelo Alvarez obviously coming off of that tough loss to Terence Crawford earlier this month. I'm told that he's going to have elbow surgery. He was set to return in February in Riyadh for the third fight of that deal. That fight is now going to be delayed until Q2 or Q3 of 2026. So Canelo's going to have the surgery, and then he'll come back.
For people who don't know, what does Q2 and Q3 mean?
The second quarter of the third quarter of the year.
Third quarter.
April, May, June.
So anywhere between
April and
January,
September.
February, March
Q1
is off. That's Q1. So anywhere from April
to September.
Through September in that area.
In that area, Canelo Alvarez still the face of boxing. Even after the loss, he's going to come back, and the expectation would be it would be in Riyadh. He has 2 more fights remaining on that deal with the Riyadh season.
Interesting, man. If he got 2 more fights on Riyadh season, I guarantee you neither one of them joints got Terence Crawford anywhere near him. But you hear the news now. Canelo Alvarez is supposed to have surgery on his elbow. I don't know if this is the same elbow that gave him issues in the past, but remember, I was talking about that in his body and the wear and tear because he had a situation before with the elbow that he had to get taken care of. And maybe that might be the same elbow giving him issues again. But, you know, some people are trying to use that as a reason to say, well, that's why he lost. I knew something was wrong. Canelo didn't look like Canelo. He wasn't fast. and they're gonna try to push that out. No, his elbow was injured. I don't want to hear that. Canelo was healthy as hell going into this fight. From what I understand, he talked about how good of the training camp it was, how this fight was gonna be different. You know, all the stuff that he typically talked, right? But he just couldn't deliver because I think the kind of talent that he was in there with this go round was far different than the last handful of guys that I think he's fought. Period. Styles make fights, as we always say, and I think stylistically, Terence Crawford was just all wrong for Canelo Alvarez in a big way. From start to finish, it just wasn't a good look for him. It wasn't a good look. I thought he was healthy, completely healthy. I thought he fought how he typically fight in any of his other fights, but I've said it on the channel. Y'all heard me breaking it down with the build up. We was talking about it every day, different conversations. I kept saying with the stuff that I'm seeing him do against these other guys that he's been beating up, it's not going to be enough for Crawford. You're going to need more creativity and versatility than that. You're going to have to mix it up, be able to set traps better, and you're going to have to be hungrier than you demonstrated in these last handful of fights. And I was like, if you're not able to do that, you're going to have a tough night. But I did think it was still going to be a tougher fight for Crawford. But I don't know, man. Crawford had other plans, bro. He didn't want this fight to be difficult, and it wasn't. Not at all. Y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button, sub to the channel if you're new. Let's keep building, man. Giving Terence Crawford more flowers because I feel like people, again, are missing it, man. And I don't understand why he's being labeled as boring. I mean, the man gave you all knockouts at welterweight. Like, he literally all knockouts. Even got to the guy that never been stopped and stopped him too. And we still talking about he boring. I ain't never seen a boring Terence Crawford fight. I hear some people saying that about the fight as well. It was boring. He didn't throw too many punches. All he did was jab and run and move, and that shit wasn't true. Ask Canelo. He was running them punches upside his head, like he said, man. Nope, he's better than Ward, and Ward is not on boxing Mount Rushmore either because he retired too early. Nah, man. The mentality, see, this, you coming in with the wrong kind of train of thought, bro. You can have your opinion. But you could compare the two because they cut from the same cloth. And just because Ward retired early, don't take away from what he did while he was here. See, that's the problem with fans. No matter what these guys do, we still need him to do way more to prove to us that he's worthy. You know what I mean? How many Andre Wards you know of, man? How many guys you know did it their way? Ran through a division, moved up to a heavy division, fought the best guy there eventually, beat him twice, and then retired undefeated on top. Get what I'm saying? The man ain't, man, fuck no. What are y'all? Andre Ward ain't lost a damn fight since he was 12 years old. What the hell are we talking about? What? Name me another fighter that you know, period. Name me one of those, your favorite fighter. I guarantee you can't say that about your favorite fighter. The man ain't lost a fight since he was 12. We talking about he retired too early? Man, you never know when is enough, man. You put them miles. Everybody ain't going to have it. 20 plus year career. Everybody ain't gonna have that, bro. Everybody ain't gonna have that long as Bernard Hopkins' career. Some of these guys gonna get out of there with their faculties and with their health intact. And you seen his body breaking down. You didn't watch the Book of Ward. What the hell we doing? Anybody saying Andre Ward wasn't special or just was all right? Clearly, you ain't watch his career. You definitely ain't watched the Book of Ward. And you probably a little low-key hater. He probably beat up one of your favorite fighters in that Super 6 or something, man. Man, you probably was one of them people that thought Kovalev was gonna beat him when they fought, right? Nah, he put hands on him, and his trainer predicted a stoppage the second time around. What the hell we doing? That man ain't lost a fight since he was 12. Wasn't he our last gold medalist? What are we doing in the boxing right now? What do we mean Andre Ward wasn't special? He was just all right. Nah, bro. I'm not asking you to say that he's my favorite fighter, and I'm not asking you to say that he was the best ever of all time. I'm not even asking you to put him on the Mount Rushmore. I'm just asking you to acknowledge how special he was. Don't tell me that shit is regular. Don't tell me somebody is regular, bro. Don't tell me that's regular, bro. Don't tell me what Andre Ward did was regular. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man, get the likes up. Double tap that screen, man. Stop hate watching. Double tap that screen, and let's get to the like button, man. Team Crawford. Shout out to Steve, man. Nah, we rock with Crawford. We just rock with boxing over here. That's all. You know what I'm saying? We rock with boxing, but to say Andre Ward was some regular guy is crazy work, man. That's nasty work, man. Nasty work, bro. Dude came in here and said, I can't remember his fights, man. Andre Ward ain't that good. Nah, that's crazy work. Andre Ward was that good. You know what I'm saying? He was that good. And you know what's another thing that I find crazy? Joe Clinton was good, my guy. The only people at all that really question Andre Ward are some of the fans. I ain't saying everybody gotta praise him, but you gotta be able to acknowledge like that was a really good, talented guy. That's not a, you know what I mean? He was one of them ones, man. I know a lot of people make they give him a lot of flack about his style or the way he fought, but the shit was effective. He was smart. And like he said, Virgil taught him the art of hitting without getting hit. That was a damn good fighter, bro. Look at the fights from the first Kovalev fight to the second fight. Look at the adjustments that was made. Look at the adjustments that was made. The Super 6, I keep telling him now, I can't speak on that enough because how many people have you heard say we need another Super 6? Why do you think that is? Andre Ward made that shit, and not just him, because he won it, but the fighters that competed in that shit made it what it was. We ain't had a tournament quite like that since, and we need another one. Boxing need another Super 6. What we talking about? Ward was different, bro. Ward was different, bro. You ain't got to put him on your Mount Rushmore and all that stuff, man. That's different. I'll let other people argue about that. But in terms of special, while here, doing it the right way, being at the top of the sport, and retiring at the right time, in my opinion, man, his body was saying enough, I think. You get me? You know what I mean? He said what his body went through for that second, for that first Kovalev fight, his knee was flaring up, all types of stuff. He was having issues with the knee. You know what I'm saying? Like that dude, 32-0, I think 16 KOs. 32-0, 16 KOs. Retired beating the Crusher. Now remember, man, he took the Crusher from Sergey Kovalev, bro. He took that from him. That was Ward. Ward went out there and did that. The same guy that they said didn't have punching power, couldn't punch. His last fight was a knockout, a TKO. I have y'all know that. That was on one of the biggest punches in there. Kovalev was sparking guys. Kovalev, RIP to the guy that he fought, but he actually, somebody ain't make it home to their family that Kovalev fought. Go look up the video. You know what I mean? He punched the guy went down, and that was it. That's the kind of guy that Andre Ward was still fighting that guy with all his, you get what I'm saying, confidence, undefeated, never been stopped, never took an L. And he goes in there and beat him in a razor-thin fight. They complained that it was a gift, and he doubles back and stops the guy. And then they say it was all nut shots. You can't make this up, man. Nah, we got to get that man his flowers, bro. That man ain't lost a fight since he was 12. You know what I'm saying? Gold medalist and everything. And if gold medals was so easy, tell me how many gold medals we got since Andre Ward? How many? Nah, John, that's what we here for, bro. That's what we here for. That's what we here for. I just so happen to remember it because I remember the last one he got on Kovalev ass. You know what I'm saying? It's somebody that they didn't think he was going to be able to stop. Somebody that they thought was going to stop him. And Ward, some special shit. Yeah, Samuel. He did that against that was Sullivan Barrera, that fight you talking about, Samuel. That's the Sullivan Barrera fight where he blocked, prayed to punch, caught him, all with the same joint. Yeah, Ward was special, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, yeah, that's why I just say go take a second look at it, man. Go do your history on Ward. I'm telling you, if you didn't see the Super 6 tournament, you're doing yourself a disservice. Go look it up. Go look it up. Go look up the Super 6. Go check it out. I think y'all would enjoy the fights, bro. I think you would enjoy watching him fight the best guys up time and time again, all the way to the end and winning it all. You know what I'm saying? And then pretty much conquering the division and deciding to move up. And maybe he didn't fully clean it out, but I don't think he had the fights in him per se to clean it out. And I think he went and fought the most dangerous guy there and got rid of him twice back to back. So nah, man. You got to give Andre Ward his flowers, bro. Got to give him his flowers, man. He one of them dudes, man. He is. He just one of them ones. You don't hear no fighters. The guys that y'all got the respect for that's still around, they all respect Ward. You get what I'm saying? Enjoy it, not picking your opponent. They don't even get how hard that is behind the hands when you just got to fight the next best guy up, the absolute best guy there with no picking, no none of that. Yeah, man. Yeah, it do. Stop hate watching, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. It's free. I promise you, it won't hit your back. Hit the like button and it won't hit your back. You know, let's go, man. So yeah, man. But that not picking your opponent, man. That's and you. This is how I know behind the hands in chat family. This is how I know most people don't appreciate the boxing. This will be bringing me here. How do you downplay a guy that exhibits the qualities that you want your favorite fighter to exhibit? You want your favorite fighter to be all about the smoke. You would like for your fighter to be fighting the best, the absolute best in his division and proving that he's undoubtedly the best guy there. You would like to see your favorite fighter possibly jump up a weight class and dethrone the best guy there. Come on, man. The shit that the dude did was special. The shit that Bud did was special. Floyd, another one, he's special too. Omar, you know what I mean? He's special. Bud special. I'll let y'all argue about where you want to place him at, but I appreciate them all because I'm a true boxing fan. So I like Canelo, win, lose, or draw. I like to watch him fight. He can go. He can scrap. Yeah, he a bit longer in the two because he about 70 fights in. I think 69, 68, one of them. But I still like him as well. This ain't what people used to hear. And I'll let y'all decide where you want to rank him at. But I'll tell you, I think Bud should be on people's Mount Rushmore after what he achieved. 5 divisions, 3 of them undisputed. Ah, man, that shit's special. That shit is nothing short of special. Nothing short. Nothing short of it, bro. He definitely one of them ones, bro. Doom said corrupt. I heard that before. I look better than corrupt, man. I look better than corrupt, G. You hear me? They neck to neck, honestly. Yeah, I mean, look, for me, it's whatever you like at the end of the day. It's all a preference and it's subjective, right? It could be argued and debated, but I think when it's all said and done, what you can debate is that they cut from similar cloths. You get what I'm saying? I think they all have been at the pinnacles of the sport for a long period of time. Floyd got there and stayed there. Shout out to Doom. Shout out to you. He got there, stayed there. Canelo got there, stayed there, had some hiccups, but he has staying power. Terence Crawford got there since 2014, championship fights, and been fighting all championship fights since then and winning 20-0, 15 KOs, right? His staying power was crazy. There's nothing normal or regular about that shit. I just need people to know that. There's nothing normal or regular about the shit that they do. You get what I'm saying? If that is the case, then he wouldn't have just made history. You would be seeing everybody do it. You would be seeing everybody fighting like Andre Ward, undoubtedly the best that 68 had to offer. Meanwhile, going to beat the boogeyman up there, 75, a weight class up. Everybody would be doing that. But what do you see? People jockeying for position and trying to find the best fight that fits and not necessarily taking the most dangerous guy or the best guy out there. Show me somebody that wasn't picking their opponents, how Ward wasn't able to pick in that Super 6 and just had to show up each and every time and win. Different styles, different challenges each and every time. I don't think that's how I know for a fact, though, the people that don't like Ward or don't really respect him, y'all ain't watched their career. And I'm telling you, I'm starting to think the Ward detractors are people that might have just seen the Kovalev fights. For some strange reason, maybe y'all just seen the Kovalev fights. Yeah, man, y'all better go back. Y'all better rewind the clock. He fought some names, man. He beat some ass, bro. Man, he beat Carl Froch, just looked at as what? One of the best fighters from where he from, man. He one of them guys over there, man. He beat him convincingly. Ward just was a different kettle of fish. He done been knocked down and got up, right? You done seen him be knocked down more than once and get up and fight. You done seen that shit. So, I don't know, man. I'm not asking y'all to, praise him as your favorite, but I'm asking you to just recognize what special is when it's being shown to you, what greatness is when it's being shown to you. And as I stated earlier, these conversations that these people be having around this YouTube platform is wild. Stating that Terence Crawford is the 2025 Andre Ward boxing or Andre Ward of boxing, as if that would be a bad thing. It's just an incorrect statement. Is he cut from the similar cloth? Yeah, man. The constant competitors, them dudes always want to win. Terence Bud Crawford, you never seen him lose a fight as a professional. All he did was show up. All Ward did was show up. All the guys like Floyd did was show up. You know what I mean? You got some guys that today, all they do is show up. Those are special guys. Those are GOATs. I don't care about anybody's magical Mount Rushmore. And that's the thing, man. I'm here to tell y'all, newsflash for the boxing fans that don't get it. Their careers are not individually built around pleasing or proving to you at home that they're great. If you too, I don't know, blind to recognize it when it's being shown to you, then the problem is on you. Because there's no way you telling me you people miss the greatness of Floyd Mayweather. I heard people diminish his career. You missed it with Andre Ward and now Bud Crawford. You got to be like, what boxing do y'all watch? I don't understand. You talking about some of the best that constantly prove it. I don't understand how you could take from these guys. Shout out to 2 Cents. What's good, homie? Damn, that's crazy. So I seen some content creators say that. It was on the thumbnail. I'm watching, yeah, man. When a fighter chooses to fight the best and win, he's a great. Do it enough times and he's a GOAT. And you get me? And that I'm telling you, Andre Ward had a hell of a run. And I think people just kind of low-key mad because they felt like if he'd have stuck around long enough, they'd have seen him lose to somebody. 31-0, right? Oof. Very similar records, Nakatani and Inoue. That's going to be a good fight when they make it. Y'all double tap that screen. Hit that like button. Let's keep building, y'all. Let's keep building. We're going to build for a bit more. We ain't going nowhere just yet, man. We're going to talk about it, man. And matter of fact, let me run this clip one time for y'all. I'm not a fan of Mayweather, but he's probably the smartest, fastest boxer in history. I ain't mad at that, Christopher, man. You still able to recognize that he was one of them ones, even if he ain't your favorite. And that's all. I ain't asking nobody to change their mind. Just consider something different, right? If you really call yourself a supporter of the sport of boxing and not just a fan of fighters, then you able to appreciate talents that's outside of whatever your preference is as a fight fan, right? What you like to see the most, right? Maybe Andre Ward ain't your cup of tea style-wise, but can you admit that that shit is spectacular what you see him do in the ring, right? That shit is world class, right? That shit ain't it's not easy, and it's not just the performances alone, it's the consistency, it's the ability to continue to get in there, make adjustments, get hurt, get up off the canvas, bounce back, beat some tough guys. Like, I don't think people understand that. You know what I'm saying? I hurt at 30, boy was choosing to fight the best. I'm telling you. Talk to them, bro, and they don't even get it. They don't even get it. So again, I'm gonna play the clip for anybody that didn't hear it, and we just gonna keep it pushing, man. But this is why I say, and look, dude said do something great. Dare to be great. Go fight Beevil. Go fight Jaron Ennis. And Jaron Ennis need to chase him, like, and we're gonna talk about that a little bit too. This whole Jaron Ennis talk, I think it need to stop because I think they have different paths, and Terence Crawford already dismissed it. He not going down to no 54 for no boots. And boots ain't coming up to 60, and he just got the 54. That's, again, fans trying to force something that's not there.
Terence Bud Crawford is really just the Andre Ward of 2025. You're boring. You're not the most entertaining as just a personality. You're just a good fighter. You'll never be the superstar. You're just going to be a star. That's why you're going to always be outweighed by niggas like Tank Davis and shit like that who really don't care, but they get knockouts and people care what the fuck they move in the streets. But shout out to Bud, though. Do something great. Dare to be great. Fight Bivol. Fucking fight Jaron Ennis. But I can guarantee before when Bud calls it done, they're going to have every excuse under the sun why they duck Jaron Boots Ennis. So shout out to Boots. Keep that energy and chase that nigga to 160. I believe Boots can beat Carlos Adames and maybe even goddamn Laura. So why not just do that and say 154 and just fuck it? Just chase Bud wherever the fuck he go. Force that nigga to say no. Make him say no on camera because I guarantee he probably will.
And you see that? He told him to dare to be great. Do something great. Fight Beevil. Then he then at the same token telling Boots to chase him to 160 and chase him here and chase him wherever. Yo, guys' careers are not built like they are not moved that way, should I say. They don't just, I'm going to just chase one guy around. You can kill that noise. Boots is about to establish himself at 54, whether you like it or not. That's where he at. It's more than enough smoke for him there. Why would we even try to rush Boots out of a division where he just got to? He just got there. He just got to the division, man. So let's enjoy it. Let's see what he looked like there first. We still talking about Bud. Bud just beat up Canelo Alvarez at 68. Let him make his next move, man. Let him enjoy his damn birthday, his parade, and the key to the city, whatever that opens. They said anything he want was his. So let that man enjoy his day. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Damon, man. Yeah, so that's what I say. All that slighting in one. You slighted Andre Ward, Hall of Famer. Bud will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He just made history, for crying out loud. How do you not respect that? What do you mean do something great? And that is only coming from people, and I mean this with no disrespect, to say that what he's done is not already great. You must never have achieved anything in your own life, man, and you're not even taking into account how hard it is to do what he's done and be at that level for how long. You get what I'm saying? This shit just don't make sense to me. You stupid. Nah, hell nah. Hell nah. No, I don't. Nah, that dude looked too. He lasted that dude, man. Not with the black eye. Not with the Pops is tripping, man. You know what I'm saying? Boots need to stay away and keep name out of Crawford. Name out of Anthony. Look, I think Boots is focused on what he doing. I don't think Boots is focused on Crawford and what Crawford got going. I think fans are trying to force that, right? They trying to force, what is it? What they say? They just trying to force something that's not there. You get what I'm saying? You got two guys that just at two totally different points in their career. One is at the end trying to see what fights make the most sense for him. He looking for the biggest fights possible. You just seen him make history. Why would he want to go all the way back down to 54 where he just left? Yeah, and Boots got there after him. You get what I'm saying? Just not making a whole lot of sense for him to go all the way back down. Maybe there's smoke for him at 60. Maybe he can do something at 60. I keep hearing people speak about Johnnebeck and different opportunities there. I don't know. I don't want to put nothing on Crawford. I know he just got to enjoy his time off. I mean, his time off. And now I know he had a hell of a training camp trying to adjust and put the weight on and you know, prepare himself for this guy and Canelo, who now is getting surgery again from a busted elbow, or from the elbow that's giving him trouble. Hold on. Say exactly. Yeah, man. Give you the key to the way home from it. Yeah, and pull you over on the way. Yeah, it was wild, man. The errors. I'm nice for a reason. I bet Ward could cook up a few still boxing now. Yeah. Yeah, he could, man. Yeah, he could, man. To me, if Andre Ward is healthy, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got trouble on your hands. And shout out to Bud, man, enjoying his career. Y'all double tap that thing. What's I like that, man? Man, that's just good to see that, man. I don't know how you can hate on that shit, man. It's hard to hate on that. That man winning with his family, staying power, consistency. The fact that he ain't a superstar is a bit of a crime, man. All that fake and relatable stuff, when all he do is do the shit the right way. I don't know what else a person could want or expect for him to do in the position that he's in, man. But I'm able to appreciate it and see it for what it is, man. Keep winning. You know what I'm saying? Keep winning. You know what I'm saying? I told you I even paid forward. You got the young fighter.
I came up here. I'm kind of nervous to be talking in front of the public, but I'm gonna be short. But I just want to speak about something that I feel like Bud kind of taught me, and I feel as though it's gonna take me farther in life, and I feel like for the next generation and the kids that's coming up behind us to understand. It's one word that I've been thinking about when I wanted to speak about Bud. It's integrity. I feel like integrity is a strong word. And I feel like it's bigger than money. It's bigger than fame, man. I feel like Bud Crawford taught me integrity, and it's gonna last forever. So shout out to Bud. Shout out to his family. I feel like his family did a great job with him. His coaches did a great job, and everybody surrounding him and supporting him made him into this genuine, strong human being. And I appreciate him for everything that he done for me. So shout out to Bud Crawford. Shout out to Omaha, Nebraska. And it's all love.
And when you able to affect the up and coming fighters of today, like I think he's able to do, and there's no telling, man. It leads me to my next thing, man. I said it. They missed it. They missed it with Andre Ward and how special he was. Terence Crawford being a 5-division champion, 3-time undisputed champion, right? That's not enough to prove to you that he's great. He still got to do more. He still got to fight Bevel. He got to be chased around. He got to make the Boots fight. If he don't fight Boots, then he a duck. That's what's wrong with boxing. It's like we never satisfy. And I get it. It's nothing wrong with wanting to see more. But the problem that I have is not being able to recognize what already's been shown to you. It's a reason why you would want Bud to drop all the way back down and wait and fight a Boots Ennis or something like that, because you know full well he possibly capable of doing this shit and winning the fight. Is he just that kind of talent? It's a reason why you want to see him fight a Dimitri Bivol, a guy that's a 75-pounder, a light heavyweight. It's a reason why y'all mention names like David Benavidez. That is the reason for that. Yeah, whether you want him to lose, think he gonna lose or whatever, it's a reason why you're saying it. You know the man's special, man. You want to see a blemish on his record on the way out. I'm convinced at this point. I want to see that lose. Jay, what's good with him? Shout out to Jay Smith. You know, Detroit man's prove Bud is for the kids. I'm telling you, that's another them up and comings, man. He paying it forward. Shout out to CJ Rich. Shout out to CJ. Pardon me. CJ Rich was in the building too. Shout out to the homie, man. But again, man, he's been able to affect, and that's more than just Shakur. Obviously, that's his little brother, but I thought that was cool to have him speak. And he taught him integrity, man. Stay grounded, man. Integrity over money, fame, and all that other stuff, man. He said he feel like that shit gonna take him a long way in his career, make him a better fighter, and I think it could too. Shout out to Aaron. What's good with it, fam? Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button for your boy, man. We're going to keep building for a bit before we get up out of here, man. So this brings me to my next thing, man. I don't know who's going to be the next king, the next GOAT of boxing. Time will tell. You know, I know a lot of people are motivated by what they seen Terence Crawford do, but that shit not going to be easy. No matter how hungry you are, how much you want it, ain't going to be easy, man. But as y'all seen that picture, man, one of the guys that I think is kind of being overlooked, for some years, is Shakur. I think he cut from the similar cloth as Crawford. I think it's a reason why Crawford speaks so highly of him. But, you know, it just, you gotta get to the point where you can get the fights that's gonna allow you to showcase the talent. And I think that's what Shakur at. You've seen it with Bud when giving out, and I'm not saying the same exact fighter. Again, similarities cut from a similar cloth, right? They just ultimate competitors. They want to win. They want to prove that they're better than you, right? And if given an opportunity to do so, I think we'll get to see just how good, how special they are. We've seen it with Crawford. You've seen him prove it. So his biggest opportunities was fights that people picked against him, especially this time around, big time. And he proved them wrong. And I think Shakur and Teofimo, as I was speaking on, is something that boxing need more of, man. You need guys to take more risks. You need more the world-class elite level talent in the ring with each other so we can see just how good these dudes are. You know what I'm saying? And it'll move us one step closer to that, man. We getting tired of everybody saying they the best and they the #1 guy and bragging about titles and what fights they won. We want to see guys prove their worth. And I think a fight like that allows both guys to prove they worth. That's a win-win for the fans. That's a win-win for them. Like, even if you win, you beat a guy that's respected in the sport. If you lose, you know, you lost to a guy that was respected, you know what I mean, and damn good fighter in his own right. So we need more fights like that to happen. You know what I'm saying? But I think, you know, I seen this picture, man, Terence Crawford. If he probably could crown somebody, it probably would be Shakur, man. But I do think he, like I said, if given the opportunity, man, he gonna be able to prove what he worth, man. And it could all start and change with Teofimo. That's why you need fights like that to get over the hump, because without it, you in a situation where Lamont Roach fighting Pitbull Cruz, Tank fighting Jake, right? Dula Mason is same management. That probably wouldn't happen anyway, fighting Sam Noakes. Raymond Muay is over there on Top Rank. They not about to throw you, if you Shakur Stevenson, no bone, and make sure you fight him. So the pickings get slim. You get what I'm saying? You got Kid Austin about to fight a JoJo Diaz and somebody that you probably ain't too fond of wanting to do business with anyway. So when you look at the landscape there, no, I know it's not ideal to go up for a one-on fight, win it, or win, lose, whatever, fight, then come back down. But that might be the best available option if that's still an option. So that's why I particularly like the fight, because the landscape at 35 look a little tied up, look like a little log jam at the top, and ain't much shaking. You know what I'm saying? In terms of no unifications happening, not right now. You can see that clearly. So you do the next best thing. You go fight an established guy that you got some type of history with, right? That got respect. He's there. He's a legit champion, a 2-division champion, a former unified champion like yourself. Does have a name in the sport. His dad is a personality. You know what I mean? Be the battles in the mind. You got it. The grandfather is Shakur against Tio Senior. Then you got Shakur and Tio. You know what I'm saying? That's a good fight. I like it. I like the fight for boxing if they can make it happen. You know what I'm saying? As I've been saying, we just need more like that, man. I think that'll set the precedent. Maybe more people will be motivated by that type of fight. You know what I'm saying? Where they're like, man, you see him challenge a guy. Maybe more guys will want to take these risks. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to see just how good both of Shakur and Tio is. I think them fighting each other we'll learn something about both guys. Win, lose, or draw. We're gonna learn something that night. And we win as boxing fans. We get a good fight. You know what I'm saying? Despite who you going with and think gonna win, I think it's one of them fights that could make boxing better, man. From where I go back to Clout and get those 135 guys. You get what I'm saying? Telling you, and it's gonna be tough. So it's like, get me, what's the chances of that happening, right? So that's why I think he out there shopping for the best fight possible. I think so too, Brody. But I think in a good fight, though, I don't think it'll be just like a walkthrough, right? Where he just blasts through him or walk through him, but nothing like that. But I do think, it's the consistency, the mental approach, right? Being smart, making the right moves in there. Shout out to Manuel Chance, man. Manuel Chance had to speak. Oh, but yeah, we're gonna get into it because I gotta pull up the clip from Oshaquie Foster, man. Oshaquie Foster, he made a pick between Tio and Shakur, man. Gotta pull that up, man. You know, Shaq fighting Cool Boy, that's coming up as well in October. So we got a good fight. We got some good fights. Double tap that screen, man. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button, sub to the channel, turn that bell icon on, support the grind. Y'all already know. If you got a wrench in here, man, make sure you tell the chat to hit that like button for your boy. But let's get to this, man. Let me pull this up from Shaq. Shaq did an interview with Fight Hype. Shout out to Ron Goodall, too, man. Always doing this thing with the interview. Shakur beat up Williams and Zepeda. They still mad. I never knew Williams and Zepeda was a bad win until you start listening to certain boxing fans. Time for Tio to start moving on what he did in the smaller ways. Yeah, he got to fight. He got to step in there, bro. He got to get in there. He got to get in there and rumble. My guy, you know what I'm saying? Eric, you got to get in there and rumble. Can't keep talking about what he did. Got to talk about what he willing to do, you know? Yeah, that's definitely boys be crying right there. Saying that stupidness. Hey, be more boxing. Won't you get in front of Zepeda and let him punch you and come back to me and tell me if he could punch? Because I've never heard Zepeda didn't have power until he got to Shakur. I've never heard that. I've never even heard people question him. I ain't saying he no KO artist. We all know he an accumulation guy. Everybody knew that. Everybody know he's an accumulation guy. Everybody knows that. Nobody's running around like Zepeda's this super KO artist, but he's a guy that can drown you with his punch count and stop you if you're not prepared. That is a fact. This is why he got piled up 33 wins. Now, I'm saying none of them dudes with Shakur, obviously, but we ain't going to just completely diminish the guy as a fighter, bro. That's what's wrong with boxing right now. I'm telling you, too much of that weird stuff, man. If you was in front of Zepeda and he was getting the punching on you, bro, you wouldn't be talking about he ain't got no power. Power for who? And what are you basing it off? Jay Grant, what it do, homie? Because he had, 27 knockouts and 33 wins or something like that. So what are you going off to suggest that he don't got power and he's stopping guys? Like, that don't make sense because you haven't taken a punch from him. You're not hearing guys jumping out the ring from him after getting stopped talking about he ain't had no power. You're not hearing that. But you, from your fan perspective, is sitting up talking about who ain't got punching power. See how silly that sound, bro? Gots to do better, G. Gots to do better. Matter of fact, I'm going to just play the audio. Hannibal, what's good with it, my guy? Y'all hit that like button, man. Support the grind, man. Hit the like button. If you want to go further, y'all can, man. But make sure you hit the like. Let me pull this up.
FightHype.com. I'm here with the WBC super featherweight champion of the world, Oshaquie Icewater Foster, who makes his ring return October 25th against Stephen Fulton. First and foremost, happy belated birthday. I think your birthday was yesterday, right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate that, man.
I'm assuming you used your time to work out in the gym.
Yeah, that power stuff is like, it's kind of silly, man, because it's called boxing, not knockout, right? And keep making the same point that somebody don't got power, that got more knockouts than anything else than decisions. You clearly not basing it from an educated standpoint. You just going off of like some fan shit. Oh, he don't have power. Says nobody that fought him. Ain't nobody running around saying he ain't got power, bro. That's just ignorance.
Damn, no days off, right?
Double tap that screen, y'all. Facts, Jay. He wasn't hurt.
We don't celebrate till October 25th.
Belt BTA, man.
Awesome. Good to hear.
This was shock, man. He made a pick between Teo and Shakur. I want y'all to hear this.
Two world-class guys that can box and, fight in the inside. So I'm really excited. But asking you, I know that the press conference, it was a little back and forth, but I know that's just competitive nature. But what do you think about the fight? And do you believe that it's high level, top tier?
I swear. You're right, CJ.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think it's two high level fighters. I just think that I'm at a higher level, you know what I mean, when it comes to certain things. So, that's just how I feel. But it's definitely a high level fight that I plan on dominating for sure.
What about the fight that gets you excited? I know that he's a no-name guy. He's only had one loss against the top pound-for-pound kind of fighter. But outside of that, is there anything that you can add that maybe we don't know why this fight's really important to you?
Just really because, the accolades that he got. And it got a little bit more, it got a little bit personal for me. Not as personal with him, but personal as far as me wanting to show him. When people talk like they just this and that, oh, he fought anyway, woo-de-woo, but he talking like it's a trophy to lose. You know what I mean? It's just stuff like that. It just get on my nerves, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's what it is, you know what I mean? I look at it like that. I gotta show him that, it's levels.
Do you feel like the public has a favorite in this fight? I mean, I know you don't care about it, but it feels like you have a little chip on your shoulder just by kind of the way you responded to that.
Yeah, for sure. I need them to though, because every time they do this kind of stuff, it just fuels me and just make me go harder. It makes me raise my game. So yeah, it's a lot of people out there talking. It's a lot of like, you know, on his side going for him, and it's great. It's for sure.
You know, I know it's like a subtle rivalry between Texas and Philly, right? I know that. You know, he's fought Brandon. That's a Texas fighter, and he's from Philly. And I know that Joe Frazier wasn't born in Philly, but Philly has adopted him. But George Foreman is from Texas. So do you kind of look at that as kind of like a rivalry outside of maybe just boxing, I mean, even football, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Don't forget about Jamal. And I had been telling them years before Jamal fought J-Rock. Oh, and Jamal was
hit the like button, y'all.
And
Booger, take it, Booger picker.
yeah, J-Rock's from Philly, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah,
like
you know what I mean. It's
hit the like button. Shout out to my homie Big Dog Willie. Put some color in it.
But I think we up. Huh? We should be up or we down.
I mean, I guess he beat a Texas fighter, but when you bring up Jamal and George Foreman, I mean, there's probably a lot, but maybe there's probably enough, right? But
yeah.
But with the
shout out to Shock. I can't wait to see this fight. This is gonna be a really good fight. And like I said, if they can make Teal and Corey 140, that's great. I need it. Shout out to the homie Big Dog Willie putting some color in the chat. He said, why are Tank and Maniacs blaming Shakur for Tank fighting Jake Paul? The new narrative is Shakur would have fought Tank. There would be no Jake Paul fight. Yeah. They I've been hearing a little bit of static too, Big Dog. They down bad, bro. They down bad, man. People are just super fans of a fighter, and they brag about how much money he make and how he everybody's biggest fight and how he the A-side to everybody, but then they completely strip him of any A-side responsibilities. It's just wild to me. You know, just because you super chatted, I gotta answer it, right? Yeah, I got to, but they know it wasn't no deal in place. Espinoza got put on blast and Sway in the morning. If y'all didn't see that when Shakur talked to him, go check it out. Put the man on blast. It was never no one fight deal. None of that stuff. It was preliminary talks, and it was never no opportunity for Shakur to fight Tank. And furthermore, you heard what Tank just said. He turning his back and get it out the mud and all that different stuff. So that lets you know full well that he ain't fighting. I mean, he ain't thinking about fighting. Shout out to my homie Big Dog Willie. Appreciate the love, homie.
This fight, I know that ultimately you're coming off of that win against Robson Casacow, which a lot of people felt the first time it was controversial. So what do you think that changed, from that fight to now?
You know what's up, Big Dog, man? That shit just silly, man. I respect all these dudes, but I won't push a lie or a narrative for any boxer that I rock with. You know what I'm saying? Any boxer, you know what I'm saying, that I rock with. Be more boxing. Let me let you know something real quick. I'm trying to let you make it. Bro, but you're gonna find yourself blocked in the shadow realm. We men over here, man. Don't know, nobody cooks me. You get me? You get me, Jake? Know what I mean? That's my brother, man. So I see what you're doing. That shit ain't gonna work over here, man. So look, next stupid thing you type, you out of here.
Because it seems like people always feel like, depending on an opponent, you kind of rise to the occasion, and sometimes at certain levels, maybe you don't feel a certain way or you don't perform a way that you thought or okay. So, I mean, I just wanted to ask you, like, what's changed from there? And do you feel like this is a fight that brings the best out of you because of the accolades that Stephen Fulton has?
The biggest thing since that fight is healthy, man. I wasn't healthy. Wasn't healthy, and neither one of them consecutive fights. I was having arm problems like a mug. That's why when you see after certain punches, I would like shake my arm or shake my hand and stuff like that.
That's why he was doing that. I didn't know that. That's why he was doing that. I did catch that. He was shaking out after he throw certain punches. I was wondering, I'm like, yo, is he hurt or something, or was he just doing that? So he was having issues. Stuff you never know. I always question that. Why was he doing that in that fight?
So that was the biggest thing. Was for sure just getting healthy. I just wanted my title back. I didn't care at any risk. I know people
Bodega Ty, my dog, was good with it, bro. How you feeling?
I don't give a shit, honestly, because like I didn't spar the last 3 weeks before that fight. No excuses. I got my title back, so I ain't got to make no excuses. You know what I mean? But 3 weeks, the last 3 weeks for that fight, I couldn't even bend my left arm. Like, I couldn't do this. Feel me? I was stuck like this, and I just had to get like hella work done on it because all my muscles was like I guess I had like strained them like super bad, you know what I mean, to where it wouldn't bend. But we ended up making it through and getting it done, you know what I mean. But that's my biggest thing was just getting healthy. Just getting healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know that in a sense, like I said earlier, like it always feels like your biggest fights, you rise to the occasion, right? You kind of level up, like from the Ray Vargas fights and things like that. So I have to ask, like, is there certain fights where you kind of didn't feel like you were up for it? Because I know that you felt you could have done better in the Nova fight or even the Rocky Hernandez fight. You just wanted to fight him, and you got the stoppage, but at a certain sense, it's like you see all the tools that you have, but I guess I asked, like, what makes those type of fights different from when you're so dominant with the top tier guys, and maybe you're not so happy with maybe what some people felt like were supposed to be walkthroughs?
I think it'd be like I feel like every fight, like, it presents a different challenge for me as far as like injuries and stuff like that. Like, it's just like I'm good at I just compensate, you know what I mean? I just fight around the injuries, and like
double tap that
the
screen,
Rocky
y'all.
fight, like right before it, I was having a foot injury, a left foot injury. Nova fight, that same injury was lingering from my left foot. That's why I couldn't move that much in the Nova fight as I usually do. I was kind of in quicksand. And then boom, like I caught the muscle contusion with the Nova fight. I was fucked up because Mummy kept throwing that elbow. He kept throwing that elbow in my arm. So after that fight, I was fucked up. Went into the Conceição fight with the same injury, with the arm injury. My foot was better because I was in the boot after the Nova fight. I was in the boot for like 2 weeks trying to get the foot right. And you know what I mean? So I just feel like I'm finding ways to fight around injuries and stuff. But I feel like when these
hopefully he healthy against Cool Boy, because a healthy shot should be a good fight. He gonna need to be, man. I want this to be the best fight possible. This is gonna be a really good, unexpected. I didn't see this one coming a mile away, right? And I'm glad they made it. I'm glad they stuck to it. They got it done. They got another date after their initial date fell through. That's going to be a really good fight. It's a pick 'em kind of fight, man. It's a fight that is 50-50. Either guy could win, either guy could lose.
These bigger opportunities arise, like the one I'm presented with, it brings a different kind of like focus. It definitely brings a different kind of focus out of me. You know what I mean? A different kind of like, all right, I need to be fully healthy. I need to make sure everything is on cue. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it is now. Like, if I was to get them kind of injuries or something, like, God forbid or whatever, you know what I mean? It would be more of a second guess. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And that's just the shit that we don't hear about, we don't know about a lot of times. People will call it excuses, but these are fights that he won, and he telling you how he had to battle through injuries and different things like that. A foot, his joint was in a boot. Say Conceição throwing the elbow into his arm, he ended up with an arm injury. Take that into another fight, and he had to fight through that. This is why I got the respect that I have for these guys. This is why I choose to give them their just due instead of the slander that everybody else typically gives these guys when they fall short, have a rough performance or something to that effect. It's not that big a deal, man. You never know what these guys go through to get to that night that we see them on. You know what I'm saying? They go through hell.
That was obviously not to discredit your resume of people, because Robson's a gold medalist and stuff. I just noticed there's so much expectations with you that it's just kind of, that's what I guess the outcome some people looked at.
I wouldn't be surprised if
he the favorite. I mean, that just shows that people believe in my talent and they know
he
my
might
potential.
be.
So I just got to put it together. I mean, yeah.
You know, it's always like a media sense to always ask like what's next. And I know you're focused on Fulton, but ultimately, are you trying to unify or is moving up at some sort of your goal? Because I know there's that Shakur.
And just real quick, just to piggyback on what you're saying behind the hands, that's a fact. After they date fell through, they still fighting because both guys want to fight. And I said that the other day to somebody, and they was like, they ain't trying to hear that. That's not true. And then they gave an example of why that's not true. But we all know, like, when fighters want to fight, they fight. And that's a prime example of it.
Rumblings and things of that. But is it to be undisputed or to be like multi-division world champions?
I'm really just letting at this point, because I tried to do, we tried to unify. I would have wanted the undisputed stuff, but now at this point, I'm kind of just like letting God tell me which way I'm gonna take it. So if I'm taking titles from over here, or if I'm unifying or whatever, I'm gonna let it come together, and it's gonna come together. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna try to force it or nothing, because I've been calling these dudes like they don't want to fight. Navarrete, Lamont, he can go up there talking all that shit he want to talk, but he didn't want to fight either. You know what I mean? I don't know about Nunes. We tried to fight him.
All right, he said Lamont ain't want no schmizzo, huh?
Before he got the title, before I fought Rocky, he said no. So, whatever path I get taken to, that's where we going. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And basically what Shock is saying is I'm going to fight the guys that want to fight me, that's available, the fights that make sense. Yeah, undisputed was a thing. Maybe I wanted to unify before, but when you see that guys is saying no and it's tougher to get guys in the ring than anything else, you just got to keep it moving. That's what Shock doing. He's like, man, I'm just going with what makes the most sense. That's what I get from what he's saying. The opportunities that make the most sense, the fights that make the most sense, and money, that's where I'm going with it. Jordan, my dog, was good with it, my guy. Shout out to Sonny Boy Boxing. Was good with it.
I know.
Y'all hit that like button, man. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up, man.
Is that obviously something that interests you more than anything, with or without a title? Just as a kind of a name fight, right? Is that something that's still relevant to your goals?
For sure. For sure. If that fight presents itself, or if we get the opportunity and the WBC say we can go up and fight for his title, whatever, we gonna do it. Like, no question. You know what I mean? We for sure.
There's a chance that he might move to 140 and fight Teo. So I mean, it's either that belt becomes vacant or he might come back down. So I mean, do you think he will beat like a Teo and stay at 140? Or like, because you're like essentially right there.
Either way, I'm still coming north, so they're gonna have to see me regardless. Regardless, we're gonna end up meeting.
Okay, Shot.
You said, my opinion on him and Teo?
Yeah, do you think he beats him? Because essentially, if he beats him, I assume he would probably stay at 140 then.
Nah, styles make fights. I don't know. I don't really see. I think that's a bad style matchup for Shakur.
Really?
That's the first time I heard that.
Told me this. I kid you not. Like, it's
look,
no, the obvious.
Look, he said the same thing.
10th person that's told me this. I kid you not.
Oh, hold on. He said the 10th. I was the first person.
Really? You're like the 10th person that's told me this. I kid. Style matchup for Shakur. Probably stay at 140 then.
Hit that like button, y'all. Old school. What it do, my guy?
I don't know. I don't really see. I think that's a bad style matchup for Shakur.
Y'all think Teo a bad style matchup for Shakur, or the other way around?
I kid you not. Like, it's just the obvious people will be like, Shakur's undefeated. He's a defensive.
It's not about being undefeated. It's what Shock's saying. Styles make fight.
I just talked to someone again today. Like, everyone favors kind of like Teo for some reason, just from what I talked to. So why?
Hell no, not the people I talk to.
I guess you would know better. So I mean,
Shakur, he likes to be the most athletic guy in the ring. When he's not, he has problems.
Okay, Shock.
Shakur kinda, he's a right-hander fighting out of southpaw stance. So when you meeting guys like that's athleticism that fight with that strong hand in the back, you're gonna have to rely on more
real quick
just your jab and the rangefinder. You know what I mean?
Well, we seen from his last fight, he got more than a jab and a rangefinder, but okay. And that's coming from somebody that get criticized a lot about his lack of tools or not using his complete bag. Shout out to Jordan. Yeah, I think a January date is possible too. It's another fight that could potentially end up on that card. Shout out to the boss. I forgot what fight he mentioned. And not saying that the card is etched in stone, but a January date could be possible. Jordan was good. What he's saying, Ortiz and Sandor giving problems is definitely the other way around. That's the way I've seen it. I'm surprised, you know, but I ain't surprised with Shaq saying, because he sparred him, he going off of what he feel like he know about him and maybe what he think about Tio. I haven't heard 10 people tell me Tio's a bad style matchup for Shakur. I've heard it the other way around more times than not.
Like, you tell me, do he got a solid left hand? I mean, I haven't been fighting. You seen him throw it, but you've never seen him hurt or knock nobody out with it. So I just think when you meet certain guys, that's why I say the style.
Shakur got a great check left hook. He got a great check left hook. I don't care about the hurting people with it. Do he make you respect him, and do you just walk through his punches? That's a no.
Both of them things, both of them hands. You know what I mean? And I just don't. I just think it's a bad style matchup for him. I see Teofimo beating him.
Respect the shot.
I'm not just
Respect
saying
the shot
right here. It's literally the track record. So I mean, you guys know better than I do. So I mean,
yeah. I mean, it's just his opinion. You know what I mean?
Awesome. Lastly,
shot went that smoke with Core. That's
you know, I know this fight is going to be a big fight, and you're going to be fighting in Vegas pay-per-view card.
Shot went that smoke, man. Shot like man. But I like that interesting take by him, bro. I like it. I like it. I ain't tripping, man. Interesting take. But man, something else I got to get to, man, while we talking about Shakur, because my guy has sent me something. I think he wanted me to get my take on it. I forgot to speak on it. This hating weird guy that's on Twitter, man. So let me play this because my guy has sent this to me the other day. I forgot to respond to it. So pardon me, double tap that screen. Y'all, what y'all doing, man? Hit the like button. But let's listen to this silly ass.
Pretty much, we
Twitter
all
guy.
can agree that Shakur Stevenson is jealous of Devin Haney. Devin Haney already has a relationship with Turki Al-Sheikh. There's been a rumor going on that Turki Al-Sheikh offered Gervonta Davis $20 million to fight Devin Haney, and Gervonta Davis turned it down.
Bruh.
Basically saying Gervonta can make more than that. He can make $50-70 million without Turki. So Turki has to up his offer. But that's not the case. The case is that Turki has never sent an offer to Gervonta Davis for Shakur. And it seems likely that if Devin Haney defeats Brian Norman, the 147-pound world welterweight champion, his resume is already going to be elite and more. Devin Haney has already headlined 3 pay-per-views. He headlined against Kambosos when he became undisputed champion. He headlined against Lomachenko. And he also headlined against Ryan Garcia when that did around more than 300,000 pay-per-view buys. So this is a tough situation for Shakur Stevenson, who still has not signed the fight with Teofimo Lopez, allegedly. And pretty much, do we really think that Shakur wants to fight Teo? I think he has no choice. He can't come to Turki Al-Sheikh with just a Zepeda offer, who Zepeda has never been a 135-pound champion. And it seemed like in Austin, the same guy that was in rumors to be fighting, that was going to be in the Turkey card, he knocked out the guy that Zepeda was struggling with, Tim Farmer, in 1 round. So it seems to me that that's the reason why Shakur doesn't mention Devin Haney's name. Even I remember they were saying, somebody asked him, Shakur, why don't you fight Devin Haney at 147? Shakur literally said that he's too small for 147. But at the same time on Twitter, he wants to fight Ryan Garcia at 147. He wants to fight Conor Benn at 147. But he doesn't want to fight Devin Haney. He already knows that he can't beat Devin Haney at 147. But my thing is, Shakur wants to get a payday as quick as possible because he knows he can't compete against the A-level talent. 140 is already tough as it is. He's trying to hold off. He's trying to hope, in my opinion, allegedly, for Teofimo to maybe Teo to get angry that he's taking too long and maybe cause a mess. But Teo is up. And Teo's saying he wants to fight. He's ready to fight right now. Teo's saying, what's taking you so long? First you say January, now you're saying February. This is in the interviews with Teofimo Lopez. And this is the problem with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur realizes that he is not the only food on the plate. He's not the only person kissing ass to Turki Al-Sheikh. Devin Haney's also kissing ass. But the thing is, Devin Haney's staying quiet. Devin Haney doesn't really have to go on a prep tour. He doesn't have to go on a media run and to prove himself because he already is fighting elite talent. He already has a huge background. He already was a former undisputed champion of 135. Headline 3 pay-per-view cards. He has a resume that he not only can bring to Tokyo Sheik, he can bring to Netflix, he can bring to major platforms. So if a Tank Davis fight happened at 147, obviously Tank will put a rehydration clause. But if Devin Haney wants to get another big payday, and he can 100% win. We already seen that the Ryan Garcia fight between him and Devin, it's already fallen off. It's not going to be the same amount because Ryan Garcia lost. But I see, in my opinion, I think Devin is moving very smart. He sees that 147 is a very weak division. Manny Pacquiao's going there. There's rumors of Floyd Mayweather coming back into the pro scene. Floyd Mayweather is looking and eyeing at 147. Rolly Romero's another champion at 147. Mario Barrios is the last one at 147. So there's another opportunity for Devin Haney to become undisputed at 147. And Gervonta Davis sees 147 as that's food. That's an opportunity for me to come in. Gervonta Davis is not staying at 135. After the Jake Paul fight, I don't see him. He's only going to be going on money fights. So I see that Devin Haney is really planting himself correctly. And Shakur Stevenson, he doesn't want to fight Tio. Trust me. That was never in his plans, but he has no choice. He has no leverage. He has to beat Tio just to have some type of, and I don't think it's enough, but he has to beat Tio just to have some leverage for Devin Haney, because Devin Haney's coming. It's literally, there's rumors of Devin Haney saying he wants a Gervonta Davis fight. People, all you fans can joke and all you want. Turkey sent the offer. Sorry, guys. It's over. It's too late. It's too late for Shakur. There's too much. There's too much money for Gervonta. So Shakur doesn't want the public to know that he's jealous of Devin Haney. He can't compete with Devin Haney. Not in resume, not financially. He doesn't even want to fight Devin Haney because he knows Devin Haney's too big at 147. He knows he'll lose embarrassingly. So what he can do is try to keep on saying Tank's name or say Buddy's name, go on a media tour, try to ruin Tank's image, maybe try to make it emotional. But Tank already knows. Once Tank makes this $50 million with Jake Paul, it's only money fights. It's going to be like Floyd Mayweather all over again. Only money fights from there. He's not going to be fighting the scrums. No disrespect. Shakur is emotional. He doesn't want to be seen as a scrum. But no disrespect, but if you look at his resume is not better than Tio's. His resume is not better than Tio's. Tio beat Lomachenko. Tio beat a former.
Lomachenko ain't want to fight Shakur at all. He was willing to fight. He was willing to fight Tio. He ain't want to fight Shakur.
Undisputed champion Josh Taylor. Tio beat the guy that you were ducking, Jermaine Ortiz. Come on, Tio beat Sandro Martin. His mandatories. He beat his mandatories, even Barbosa. There are people talking about, Shakur is going to get Keyshawn to make him fight. Tio already beat his mandatories. There's no, you can't use any of these sanctioning bodies to go after their belts. Tio already is doing his job. He fights his mandatories. He's beating everyone. You have to fight him. There is no different buts. You can't say Tio ducking and Tio saying he wants to fight you. You can't say Tio ducking and then fight a bum. I'm sorry. So people have to really see what's going on, and I will keep consistent with my views. Shakur Stevenson is jealous of Devin Haney. He knows he can't compete with him, and Devin Haney has forced Shakur to face Tio. I rest my case. So pretty much.
My bad, John. I had to let homie cook. I ain't need to put his face on here because he just got up there and just said a whole bunch of nothing. But look, respect the buddy, yo. It's a dude. I don't know. He's somebody on Twitter that he been dropping these videos and people been sharing them and they been commenting on them. Some people telling him he cooking. I gotta find his name. His name was like Wright or something like that on Twitter. It was a weird ass name. He had like some crazy ass name or something. Weird name, but yeah, this dude. Look, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like when you reach a certain level of success, like you secure with yourself, all that being jealous of another man is weird. I think men that talk like that are a little feminine to me. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eric, I'm with you, bro. Yeah, so nothing that he said really could be proved. I mean, as far as the Tio thing, it's not Shakur pushing it back. It's not him just having all the say on when the date they fight. as far as it being in the first quarter of next year, you know, this situation with his hands, him making sure his hands is as good as possible before he, you know, take on anybody. I mean, that's the smart thing to do. But Shakur Stevenson hasn't wavered one bit in his pursuit of Teofimo Lopez, if you ask me. Like, he hasn't said anything different. He hasn't switched up what he said. He literally telling the dude, let's make boxing great again. And furthermore, for all of y'all out there that keep saying he clout chasing all Tank name, y'all weird, bro. Y'all weird. Yo, Tank is in boxing, bro. Tank in boxing, bro. He in 130. He had 135. Him and Shakur, the best two fighters there. He should say his name. And the fact that Tank Davis don't say nobody's name and don't call nobody out, that's not no fucking badge of honor, bro. It's not no badge of honor. They should both be saying each other names, in my opinion. In my opinion. Because they're the best two there. So ain't no clout chasing. You knew about Shakur since the Olympic days. If you didn't, then you wasn't watching boxing, I'm convinced. There's no clout that he'll ever be able to gain from the mere mention of Tank Davis at all. Let's examine that. Y'all weird. Clout chasing is one of the most overused terms in boxing. That and ducking. The mention of a guy. If you're in a weight class with a guy, you should be able to say his name. It's not no Teofimo Lopez, what Teo was saying, Tank, Boots, and Crawford, and they all in 3 different weight classes. That's clout chasing for sure. That's just throwing shit out there and seeing what conversation going pick up the most traction, in my opinion. That's not a guy that was looking to fight any of them guys. Shakur consistently told you about wanting that fight. I don't think he should have to keep saying it. Furthermore, I got a nice little 8-minute video that's going to break that down. Look, double tap the like button. Hit the like button. Hit that, double tap the screen. Hit the like button. Sub to the channel if you new. Hit that bell icon. Rock out with your boys. Support the grind. We're going to keep building. Y'all tune in for this one. I'm going to just let this video illustrate.
Who's next?
And shout out to my dog.
I told y'all who I want to fight. I can't keep saying the same thing. I already told y'all who I want to fight. The best versus the best. That should be my next fight. I told y'all I'm a dog. I'm top level, elite level fighter. So let's make boxing great again. Let's put the best fighters in the ring with each other, and let's see who come out victorious.
He's not even work for it. Come on, bro. Anyway, got to fight somewhere else and prove himself, and then like, you know how they got UFC and like the underground shit. You got to fight on the underground shit and get that.
I mean, I came to terms with accepting that the fight may not ever happen at the end of the day. And you can't, like, it is what it is.
I wasn't really on no, like, speaking on other people's name type stuff. You know what I mean? And a lot of people, they throw shots, but they say so, like, he throw shots and then want to be buddy-buddy. You know what I mean? And I feel as though that's don't be like that. If you like that, then stand on that. You know what I mean? Don't try to be saying all this stuff on Twitter and then run in my locker room and want to take a picture and all that type of stuff. You feel me? Like,
it's funny because y'all sparred before, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you have your story, he has his story about what happened. What really happened that day?
I think. If I'm being honest about that sparring with me and him, it was like good work. It was like good work. Me and him, 2 smart fighters. I ain't gonna say. I felt like if it was a fight, I won, but it was good work. Like, it was somebody, he made me think, I made him think. Like, it was good work for both of us. So that's how I looked at it.
How long ago was that?
That was a minute ago. That was before I turned pro. I was an amateur at that time.
You think that's gonna be your hardest fight?
Hell yeah, if you're in the division and you're a top guy, y'all could be calling each other out.
Like, that's when I look at y'all two as the best in the division.
How? Show me something that he did. Show me something that he did outrageous. Show me. His power not outrageous.
Okay.
What defense?
You think he got defense?
He just jumped back. You never see him slip no punch. You never see him slip no punch. Go look at it. You see him back up from a lot of people. Back up, move around. He don't got no technique. And his offense is the same thing. Go look at his fights.
We want to see how good Tank is too. Like, we don't really know how good he is.
Biggest spot for you being Tank Davis, I assume?
Yeah, I think so. He just don't seem like a real. Like, I'm a real person. Like, I'm not gonna go up there and act like Tank is not a good fighter. What he does with his talents is amazing to see. But truthfully, same way he asks, what have I done for the sport of boxing? I think he should look in the mirror and ask himself the same question, because it's like, what have you done? Even the guys you knocked out, they all been on a weight clause, weight drain. It looked good to the public and to the people that don't know. But like, I'm a fighter, I know what's going on. You're taking the less talented fighters and putting them in the ring with yourself and making them look as though as they are on this level, but they're not. He act like he couldn't get a lot of people in the ring, right? Why didn't he try to get an Edwin De Los Santos? Fight somebody that I fought. Go ahead. And you talk bad about my performance, go outperform me. We don't really know how good he is. Yes, he look good with the people that he's in front of, but how good is he? And the same thing could go for me too. Like, you could say like, oh, I haven't been in the ring with a Tank caliber of fighter, so why not find out?
We see you with Shakur before you go? Why do you think about retiring? For what? Like, who have Shakur? What have Shakur done? What have he done in the sport? He haven't done nothing. The young with the young.
Itching just because of the fact that it's been so much built up through the years to where you done told me what you was gonna do to me. You done threatened me in certain type of ways. So it's like, nigga, come see about me, nigga. I'm right. I'm not running from you. I'm not going nowhere. They say, oh, all you do is talk about him. All you do is talk about. That's why I'm referring to him as buddy.
Yeah. Some of your 135 contemporaries have a lot to say these days.
Yeah. All y'all
Shakur
do is
Stevenson,
complain when he say his
of course,
name, like they in the same
all that
weight
stuff,
class.
and Devin Haney.
Right. So why people even
We
talk
should be
like
saying Tank,
he
man.
the best at? He didn't even fight at 135 yet.
Right.
He didn't even have power at 126. I mean 126, 30 or none of that.
He is good.
Okay. How can you? All that's just okay. How can you stop people that can actually hit? No matter all that boxing, you going to get hit. What you gonna do when you get hit?
Yeah, I would love that fight. I think that's the biggest and best fight in the sport of boxing. And like you got special fighters that come around, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I'll give you an instance. You got like a Michael Jordan that came around in his era. Then you got a LeBron that came around in his era. But they wasn't in the same era, so we never got to see them go against each other.
Yeah.
And I think like with me and Tank, you got two special fighters who been special our whole careers and our whole lives. And, when it comes down to it, it's gonna be the biggest and best fight in boxing.
Say, is there anyone you want to fight?
Yeah, Shakur.
Why?
Because it talked a lot.
And what happens in that fight?
I stop him. How you gonna do it, man?
That's the fight, bro. When you
Music me like, yeah, that made me like pull away from it, and then that show you like what type of person niggas is in the sport. Like they really trying to like, it's not really like they don't want the spotlight. They want like, it's like more so like hate type of vibe. Like, you know, they want what you have. Like they want all the attention.
BBO was good with it.
If they was to get it, they wouldn't even know what to do with it, type shit. And it's like I didn't ask for this.
Ty.
With it, like, you know, I'm real like people understand me because I'm myself at all times. Like, I'm not nobody that's gonna fake the funk and shit like that. And if I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you.
Not Floyd Mayweather, that's one thing that Stevenson. But for me, he's also 28 years of age, and it's just the IQ, and it's a lot of them, you know. I mean, that Bud's are saying, like they're unbelievably smart, talented fighters that see everything during the fight. And watching him, it's like I watch a lot of boxing every single week. You don't see fighters like Shakur Stevenson. They don't come along very often. They come along once every generation, and he's right.
For what? Like, who have Shakur? What have Shakur done? What have he done in the sport? He haven't done nothing. The young with
and he's right. You know, I know that, you know, that Gervonta's got to get himself back in the ring, but Shakur Stevenson against Gervonta Davis is the best fight in boxing. He's two young fighters in their prime, tremendous fighters, and he wants to test himself and prove to everybody he's the best. So I think everybody here tonight, watch someone that you're going to remember for a long time. Guys?
I'm not really,
I agree, Remo.
I'm not sure. I'm not really big on
more than my mouth.
I don't really, like, care at this moment.
Another thing about fighting. they wanted to box, or their father made them box. I had to box. I had to get myself out of my situation. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was coming to, I didn't say I'm gonna be this champion. Yeah, undisputed champion. Nigga, I was saying I need to get money. I need to get out of my situation. It's another thing why I say, like, once I get to, while I'm at this level, like, it's no point, like, it's no more point to prove to myself. Cause I already, you feel me? I did what I came to do.
You could tell he's not really, like, he don't want it like me. Like, I really want this shit. He's not a nigga that really, like, wants this.
And there you go. I think that pretty much put a end to that chapter right there, at least for now, until the talks start up again in a realistic fashion. But I think for now, you know, I'll let the people argue back and forth about what'll happen when they fight. But you got both guys. One guy said he was turning his back. The other guy said chapter closed, he moving on. Shout out to my dog Oster40 for that video, man. And I think Tio is a sign of moving on. There's no need to slight Tank. Tank, go get your bread, do what you're doing. Again, just move on and make the best fights that you can for yourself, man. Let's hope that Tio is gonna stand on this square and actually get in the ring with him. But I mean, I wouldn't hold my breath for it, but time gonna tell, and it's gonna tell soon. It ain't gonna take too long, man. I think they only got but so long. So Shakur got 8 weeks to make a Tank fight. Yeah, you already know. Shout out to my dog, man. Appreciate you, family. And Shakur got 8 weeks to make a Tank fight. I'm telling you, it ain't happening. 8 weeks, cheap. You let them tell it, man. They saying he already messed it up. He messed it up. You know what I'm saying? He messed it up. They was beefing. Be Moore's realest champ. Yeah, Tank a real one for sure, for sure. But something I wanted to play too. It's gonna be a good fight though if they do. Yeah, Rondell. If they fight, it'll be a great fight for boxing. But I just you know, I'm not optimistic that it happens again. You know, I'm not optimistic. I'm like, I just think their minds is going other places. I think Core got something to focus on, and Tio, that's a real test and challenge if you can get that guy in the ring. I think Tank got something real going on with Jake. I think he got his own challenge, right? Look, I'm a different kind of guy. I don't follow the crowd. And what I'm saying is, I know as much as people want to say that this fight with Jake Paul is fake. Nah, it's not. It's not a typical boxing match. We all know that it's an exhibition. But let a 200-pound man that's been training to box get in the ring with you, and you weigh 100 and some pounds, and it's a big weight disparity. You got a 200-plus-pound man throwing punches at you. That's very real, unless they script it to the T. Like I said, out of respect for Tank, I don't see that being something that he gonna do, like buy into a script. It's a risk in letting a guy that big try to throw punches at you. Not saying that you'll have trouble with him, but there was obviously some concern with the glove size. You heard Calvin Ford talking about that. So the challenge is real. The setup makes it not real, but you know, to people, right? It's not ideal. It's not, you can't call it a real boxing match. You can't call it a sanctioned boxing match. You can call it a circus, whatever you want to set up, a clown show, but there's danger present with a 200-plus-pound man, or possibly 200-plus-pound man throwing punches at you, right? Lack of experience might be the reason he never land those type of punches, or whatever the case may be, but there's still danger involved in it. And how I know so, because the guy that would be training him has some concerns of his own, right? He felt a certain way. So that's just knowing, like, we can all dismiss it because we know what the talent that we look at Tank as, and we like, Jake, that shit is like night and day. It is not close. It's going to be easy for him, but they can't approach it that way. Even if they feel like, you know, he ain't on his level or whatever, but they still got to approach it like that's somebody that's really trying to hurt you in there. You get what I'm saying? That's somebody that's really trying to hurt you. So Kid Austin has something to say about it. He weighed in on it. Let me play the little clip.
If you like that YouTube fake boxing stuff, cool. If you're a real boxing fan who doesn't like that, I feel them on that. But as a boxer, you know, if your heart's not in it, go get your money. I mean, at the end of the day, it's you in there and nobody else. So go get your money if your heart's not in it. But if you're fighting for legacy, that's not the way to go. That should be like your last fight. the last thing you do, you know, if you're trying to, you know, build a legacy. But I don't think he chases legacy no more. Like, he even said he's not the face of boxing.
And look, we all know that stuff. Look, man, he's saying you chasing legacy. Obviously, Jake Paul's not a legacy move, but it's a money, you know, legacy that way, right? That it's going to count. So it's something real about a guy that's 200 pounds throwing punches at you, bro. Whether people want to acknowledge it or not, because they just fans, so they can't fathom it. They're like, yeah, but skills this, skills that. Don't let that big guy punch you. If Jake Paul don't got nothing else, he got a good right hand, don't he, y'all? That's not somebody that you want on the other end of you punching you, bro. I don't care what you say. You do not want Jake Paul punching your shit. Clean, too. You know what I'm saying? You don't want it. You know what I mean? You do not want it. Very going in the win hand, going to lose from a grand bag? Nah, I don't think so either. I don't think so. Remo, I low key think Tank is embarrassed with the backlash to the Jake fight. Thought people was gonna support him. Get into that chicken. He in his own head about it. Seemed like it could be. I'm going to say that people was gonna be mad at his next. He did say that though. He did. But saying people could be mad and then actually responding to when you actually do make them mad is a little different. So I see exactly what you're saying. He did say that 100%. He said people gonna be mad. His next, he said that for sure. But I think the reason why you can hear it is because he started talking about how people switch up. Oh, y'all switch up. Like, that wasn't something that he was accustomed to speaking on, right? That was a part of the game that he didn't really like bring up, right, when he was speaking, right, about people switching up if they, you know, rock with him or not. Now it seemed like it's something that is becoming something that he acknowledges now for one reason or another. He acknowledges it, and I think that shit could bother anybody when you feel like you put in so much work and people don't rock with it, right? So you just don't know, man. You don't know. But I want to play something else, a clip from Shawn Porter, and he talked about when he first started boxing and how it wasn't about belts at first. It was about money, because a lot of people give Tank flack for the move he making. But I want y'all to listen to Shawn Porter, one of the more decorated guys, the guys that fought everybody, didn't duck nobody. You get what I'm saying? No smoke, didn't avoid no challenges. He fought them all. But listen to how his entry, how he thought about boxing when he first started, though.
I want to talk to you a little bit about this Jake Paul scenario. I think when I caught up with you last time in Vegas, we discussed the idea of a Jake Paul anti-Joshua, and everyone was telling me, especially in England, it's bullshit, it never happened. And then it didn't happen. And then we see Javon Tank Davis collecting a bag in November in Atlanta. What do you make of this? And this isn't a case of whether you're for it, against it. I think we're in an era now where fighters, it's not all about legacy. They're looking, going, this is what I call fuck you money. Like, that's forever money, and that puts your bills, everything. But what do you make of it when we want to see Tank fight the other best? Do you blame him? Or do you sort of go, why are you doing that? How do you sort of see this scenario now for him?
Yeah, I don't really know how to feel about it, what to really say about it. I've only been asked this when it's been presented to me. That's when I think about it, and I can't really come up with a good answer for it. In a lot of ways, it doesn't make sense to me. Of course, we know the size differential, and the list goes on from there. I don't know, man. I think we're entering a generation now, or a phase now where fighters
or soft for not fighting him. It's a decision.
I don't know if it's fighters. I don't know if he doesn't care about the legacy, or if he feels like this fight doesn't matter. I'll get back to the legacy. I just don't know. This is truly not. It's not a legacy fight, but of course it is a generational money fight, so.
Put yourself in that position then. Shawn Porter gets offered a Jake Paul fight. You're guaranteed 30 million, or you can fight to unify a world title, but maybe get 5 max. What do you do?
I answered this question earlier, but the question that was presented to me by Radio Raheem was, if you got a chance, you're in your prime, who do you fight now? And I tell you, it's really hard for me to take myself there, because I'm really, literally where I've always wanted to be in life. I'm living the exact life that I knew I had for myself. So it's really hard for me to really say, the 30 million to box. Right now in 2025, I don't want $30 million to fight. I'll get $30 million another way. I'll get whatever God has for me another way. So you know, if I were in my prime now and somebody was toting that kind of money around, I don't know.
Okay, before say you're not won a world title yet, you're about to fight for the world title, or that's the offer. You know yourself how you felt at that moment, wanting to become world champion, because you always get in that ring.
I can't answer this, right? So when I turned pro, it was about making money. When I turned pro, it was about just getting a better life. It wasn't really about belts. I didn't understand what the IBF title was when I won it. I didn't know who won it. I didn't. You know, I grew up doing it. I started boxing when I was 4 years old. So this is something that I just always did, and it was something that it kind of was a backup plan to college football. You know what I mean? Like that sounds ignorant, but that was my approach to boxing because I'd done it for so long. I kind of like took it for granted, I guess. Yeah. And because I had so many God-given abilities, and I had a dad, like God blessed me with a dad that just was like, I understand this business and I'm not going to allow it to take advantage of you. My dad was literally shoving the business of boxing down my throat, and I was like, I don't want that. And he shoved it in my face so much that I finally picked it up and learned it before I retired. So before I have my world title, if this is thrown at me, I'd probably go for this, because in my mind, this is what I came for anyway, you know?
Well, look, it's been good catching up. Tune into the Porterway podcast.
Sorry, I talk too much.
No, absolutely not. You can keep this going all night. Yeah, tune into the Porterway podcast. There's always good content on there as well, and appreciate you giving us time.
I got a question. How does this stuff do over there? Because I never see it. Am I doing good over there for you guys?
Depends what you say. This one.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I'll see you guys later.
Appreciate it.
Fate, my guy, was good with it. So look, I just wanted to play that because he gave some interesting insight on the fight that a lot of people complaining about, but he also spoke about when he first started how this shit was about money too and making a better living. This shit wasn't about no belts. He didn't understand that stuff then. And he turned out to be one of the guys that you can't question his resume or the guys that he fought, the fights that he took. You can't question his heart or if he's soft or any of that other stuff, right? I just wanted to speak on this. Like, shout out to everybody. Have your opinions, bro, but I would urge you to be more responsible. A guy goes 12 rounds with a dude that he didn't have to fight to begin with. Has what my bro behind the hand say, a bilateral rematch clause. You mean, and for that, you know, he had an option whether or not he wanted to take that fight. He chose not to, not because of being scared or anything, being fearful. Nah, he clearly making a business move, and from what I understand, that's what this is about. It's about making that money, and I don't want to keep being redundant. It's the same old, same old. I ain't here to complain. Hey, okay, you know what I'm saying? Go do you. Who am I to complain and whine about it? I'm just not gonna do it. I refuse. It is what it is. Know what I mean? Yeah. Choose to support the path of these fighters or don't. And you know, I'll support it because it's not that deep to me. I can't control the moves of a grown man. You get what I'm saying? No matter what. So support or don't. That's always been my thing. And I choose to support him. I ain't mad. But I just get annoyed. Shout out to Kobe. I just get annoyed when the fans like they keep telling me who he was gonna fight and what deal was in place. And that stuff gets annoying because that stuff is just not true. It's just misinformation for somebody YouTube channel so they could push bullshit. Like they still pushing that, you know, it was deals in place for a fight with Shakur. That just wasn't the case. You heard even after Espinoza saying it, they still out here pushing that. It's just ridiculous boxing content nowadays. It's trash. Nobody apparently could work with nobody outside of the PBC and, you know, that side of things. Al Heyman, like, apparently working for anybody else is bending the knee, kissing the ring, or, you know, jock riding or whatever other weird stuff y'all be saying out there. It's crazy. It's like they think these people, these super fans think the sport revolves around one guy, and that's just not the case. You know what I'm saying? It's boxing don't know any one fighter make boxing go by itself. It just don't. I don't care how much money you think they make. I don't care how many tickets you think they sell. Yeah, these dudes add a layer of excitement and attraction to the sport for sure, but no one boxer runs the sport. Like, boxing will survive if anyone big, I don't care how big the superstar, if you're retired today, boxing will still be here. It's not going to stop when your favorite fighter stop fighting. Get what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of misinformation when it pertains to that guy because he's a popular name. But now you seeing a lot of the blowback of when narratives don't stand the test of time because the fighter is going the opposite of what people said he was going to go. And I love it because he's doing it his way. I know he's still going to have people to support him. So this little, this little backlash that he getting, that shit ain't going to last, man. People going to be on to the next thing and hating in no time, bro. You get me? So, and just this throwing some bail money, not saying he needed shit. Tyson Fury fought Francis Ngannou, didn't he? Anthony Joshua fought Francis Ngannou, didn't he? Didn't he? They both fought Francis Ngannou, didn't they? And people watched that shit, didn't they? So that wasn't no fake fight. So somebody telling me Francis Ngannou should have already fought Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, shit. Deontay Wilder ain't even got them two names on his resume, but Francis Ngannou fought both of those guys. People ain't bat an eye. They watched him drop Fury, and Fury had to squeeze out of there with a decision when struggling, looking bad. They watched AJ spark his ass and enjoyed it. They just knock Francis Ngannou out, on to the next, right? People supported that. That shit wasn't no real fight. Don't give a damn what nobody say. Those wasn't real fights. Those were setups. Those were fights where those guys could look good. It backfired for Fury, but AJ took advantage. Knocked that guy the hell out and got him the hell up out of there. So people watch that. That's why I say, man, exhibitions, it all depends on what you want to frame the exhibition, because you're going to tell me a guy in Francis Ngannou, just because he fought in MMA, now he can go jump and fight, championship level fighters, former unified champions. Crazy work. But they watched it, they got paid, and people, they tuned in. Shout out to Bo Majesty. He said, Jake Paul fight for legacy, came in the sport already rich. Think better not be taking him lightly. Yeah, that's a great point. That's Jake Paul legacy, bro. And the wrong kind of win, it could look bad for Tank as well. Shout out to CJ. Peace, bro. Corvus Teal with N84 7-5 in favor of Shakur. I can see it. Shout out to my guy. And the 7-5 will be questioned. Well, yeah, with them sucker cards, man. 4-5 Connor. Sanction about 2, right? No one complained about that. That's as close as you get, too. You get what I'm saying? They tried, but it wasn't that loud, Zoom. You get me? It wasn't that loud. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just being consistent, not trying to shoot him bail that he really don't need, but it is what it is. It's like people chose to watch it. That's the moral of the story. We choose what we spend our time and what we spend our money on. 12 zip core. Talk to him, Ant. Talk to him. 9-3, 10-2-ish. You know what I'm saying? 9-3, 10-2-ish on his ass. You get me? You know what I mean? Paint a Picasso on his ass. You hear me? You hear me? That's how I like to see it. Paint a Picasso. But so yeah, man, that's just what it is, bro. Nobody flipping out about this fight, man. Nobody's flipping. And this, I forgot to play this. This was somebody saying this is how Tank is, I guess, putting on the weight. I don't know if this was old or new. Remember the Floyd versus GGG talks? Yeah. That's people go to when they think when they want to see somebody get knocked out, they throw GGG in there with fighters. Ward did it with Floyd. They did it recently with Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Because I saw Tank's trainer working with him, doing weights, and I know that guy has never really trained a real fighter.
Yeah, I do be having those thoughts.
Because I'm looking at him put on weight, put these heavy weights on Tank and I'm saying, look, bruh.
Tank, we're going to go 35, 12.
There was a point in time in my career where I didn't have enough experience.
What he's talking about is how to put weights into your program without making yourself slow or bulky.
Yeah, I do be having those thoughts.
I think that's going to be extremely hard to do if you putting on weight for any particular bout and you try not to be slower or bulky, because naturally you're going to get bigger and it's going to slow you down a bit, because it's safe to say you're going to be carrying more weight than you've carried in your career. So that's the interesting thing when it comes to this fight. How you going to put the weight on, what you going to look like when you do it? How would it affect you moving forward? For everybody, people got this superhero kind of mentality when it comes to Tank Davis. Oh, he's just going to go grab this $50 million real quick, beat up Jake Paul with ease, and then he's gonna come back to 135. He's gonna rematch Lamont Roach, knock him out in the rematch, and then he's gonna knock Shakur out, and then go to 140, fight Tio. That's how it's people out there that think he about to do all of that, but I don't even think he had a mental capacity to be around that long. I could be wrong. I'm only basing it off his energy and the consistent energy that he's been showing. The way he put it together, speaking about the retirement and why he need to get away. Just all systems seem like, even if it's a retirement for a short period of time, I ain't saying permanently, but it looked like he's setting himself up to take at least, at the bare minimum, some type of break from the sport of boxing. Whether it's a lengthy vacation or whatever it is, he seemed like he just want to relax. And you keep talking about disappearing and shit like that. So like I said, man, this will give you the opportunity to do it. And I'll play the other clip, man. Where is it?
Shakur know he ain't ready for Tank. Shakur needs to fight. That's why he fight. He fight Tio. I thought he fighting Tio at 140, but he talking about fighting Tank. And y'all want to bring up what Lamont did? Lamont Roach got the fight because Shakur ducked Tank. Tank tried to fight Lomachenko. Lomachenko said no smoke. I got to retire. Yeah, they tried to get called Shakur. Shakur even admitted that Tank called him. Shakur didn't want to fight, so Lamont was the next man up. So I want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shakur don't want no smoke. Shakur no smoke Stevenson. Captain Clout chaser Tank name to promote his weak ass fights. That's what they do. They use Tank name and then they go fight somebody else to get. That's how they sell their tickets for their fight. By mentioning Tank, acting like they want to fight Tank. They've been doing this shit for years. You know, that shit, that's part of the game. I can't knock the hustle, but they don't want no real smoke.
Man, I gotta say, bro, these takes be wild, bad. I'm not gonna lie. That's like your nasty work, says Shakur drug Tank crazy, bro. I gotta tell y'all again, clout chase is by far the most overused word in the world, bro. They're in the same weight class, you morons, bro. They should be echoing each other's names, bro. What is this shit? Musical chairs? What you gotta get? Let me get this straight. What you gotta get permission from Tank to mention his name or what? So let me the people that's in the chat. Talk to me, family. Have y'all ever in your life bought a Shakur Stevenson ticket? If you have, for those that went to the fights, have you ever watched one of his fights simply because he said something about Gervonta Davis? Saying Tank name doesn't sell people fights. That's another myth that y'all got out there. Mentioning his name is not enough for somebody to buy a ticket that he's not a part of. That's ignorant. Saying his name is just not like some magical like blessing. Oh, let me mention his name, and all of a sudden, my fight's going to sell. That's bullshit, especially as it pertains to Shakur. All you got to do is do the homework. You will see that he sells a certain amount of he sells with consistency. Certain amount of takers, I'll say well over 10,000. You can look anywhere to find that information, bro. None of that shit has anything to do with mentioning Tank. Y'all just so sensitive because you have a favorite fighter that's been in a really good position where he hasn't had to call people's name out, but that's not everybody's situation. I can respect him. It just being that way for him. He hasn't had to do it. He's mentioned a couple names. I think he said something about Devin Haney. You heard him say he had beat Shakur up or he going to beat him. You've heard that stuff, but he hasn't had to sit around and consistently call out a guy to get an opportunity. The reason these guys got to call him out because without it, who's going to mention it? So let me get this straight, y'all. Because Tank never called Shakur out, right? So Shakur Stevenson never says a thing about Tank Davis. How do we even talk about the fight? If he don't say anything at all, if he never said anything about Tank, I'm willing to bet you and everybody that's still in here listening that if Shakur never mentioned Tank Davis' name and it was both at 135 pounds and he kept just fighting guys and never mentioned Tank, how much do you want to bet that they would all be saying he don't want no smoke because he won't even mention his name? So if you don't mention him, you don't want no smoke. When Shakur stopped saying his name on Twitter, oh, man, he got quiet, man. You see the energy change. He mentioned his name in the interview. Oh, see, he clout chasing. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is boxing, bro. I feel like if you are a top guy in the weight class and you have another top guy in the weight class and you call him out, it ain't clout chasing unless you get the opportunity to fight this guy and you turn it down and then continue to call his name. That has never been the case with Shakur. There's not been a deal in place for them to fight. They haven't gotten that far. Yes, they should fight, and not just 135. Any top guys. Boots should be talking about Virgil. any other top guy that he deemed a world-class guy, any other champion at 154 pounds, not saying Virgil's a champion, but top guys should call out top guys. How else do you think you're going to see the best fighting the best, right? Somebody got to show interest in the fight, right? Them fights ain't going to just be made by themselves. Somebody got to show that they want to fight. And that's simple and plain. That's what got to be done, bro. Got to show that you want to fight. Purchased many Shakur tickets at the Potential Center and even went to ATL for a herring fight, and it was never about Tank. That's what I'm saying. That's all. I'm just saying, like, this is not about Tank. This is just people that push narratives. Saying his name doesn't sell your tickets for you. Beating ass, you know, Shakur mentioning Tank is not the reason that he could fill up the Prudential Center. That's not the reason for that. You get me? You know what I mean? Just like, you know, Tank being like some people attribute too much of his success to Floyd. Him being associated to Floyd alone is not the reason why he's selling out arenas and, you know, breaking his own gate numbers and stuff like that. That's Tank work, because Tank beating ass. You get what I'm saying? Just like I ain't gonna give all his credit and success to Floyd and it's all on Floyd. That's the reason why they come to see. That's bullshit. You get what I'm saying? There was other people that had the Floyd Mayweather blessing. J. Leon Love is one of them guys. Is he where Tank is at? No. Tank had to win them fights. That's why people show up to see him. I know it might pain some of y'all to admit it, but people actually do show up to watch Shakur fight. When these idiots be typing in chats, nobody cares about him. Nobody shows up to his fights. He get booed. All BS. All fighters get booed. You heard Tank get booed in his last fight. I don't care if it was about the grease or whatever it was. He got booed. It don't matter. It happens to them all. You get what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is, if Shakur next fight was at the Prudential Center, he'd pack that shit out. That is a fact. He was selling enough tickets, so much so with Bob Arum try to shortchange him on the way out and try to limit the availability of seats so it could look like he don't sell tickets, and was forced to open up more seats because all the tickets sold out. Don't believe the hype. If you don't believe Just Do, I do my homework. Go look it up. Shakur ticket sales. It's very easy. You can go find this. You don't got to push false narratives because you don't like them. Does he sell with Tank sell? No, but who else does at 135? It's only one Tank, and that's cool. But does he sell tickets and people show a genuine, consistent interest in watching him fight? Yes. Yes, I seen somebody saying on their platform his fight was dropped on YouTube and it didn't do 1 million views. Go look at it. It's well over 1 million views. It's always misinformation out there because people are not out for the truth. They out to push their narratives. So when you want to push a narrative, you'll get on a YouTube channel and say, yeah, Shakur don't sell tickets. You'll try to attribute all Tank Davis's success to Floyd Mayweather and ignore the fact that he been knocking shit out and beating people up. That's what's wrong with boxing. We don't know how to give the credit where it deserves to be placed. Give guys credit for the work that they put in. Floyd Mayweather didn't win them 30 fights. Tank did. He didn't knock out them 28 people. Tank did. You get what I'm saying? Tank Davis mentioning his name is not selling 10,000 plus tickets at the Prudential Center. That's Shakur Stevenson's skill set doing that. That's him winning. That's his people supporting him and getting behind their guy. That's doing that. Let's stop giving these fake imaginary credit where it don't belong. Newsflash, everybody out there, mentioning Tank Davis' name does nothing for nobody pockets but Tank, bro. What are we talking about? That shit don't just start getting you paid. I remember somebody told me the only reason we know Brian Norman is because he attached his name to Boots. So you telling me y'all don't know Brian Norman because of the knockouts that he been getting? He knocking guys out. And on the road, he knocked out Santion on the road where people was picking against him. He went and knocked out Quavers, punched him, dropped him with a jab, beat his ass, then turned around and punched 1.5 months of memory out of guy. And the person to wake up on YouTube and say, yeah, the only reason we know Norman is because he attached his name to Boots, instead of the fact that he knocking shit out. And this is why we rocking with him. We know he proven himself. We counted him out. For the ones that did, they counted wrong. He proved everybody wrong. Then he followed that up. The Derek Quavers fight, they were saying he could get hurt again. And even in the Jensen Saki for his 3rd fight in a row, they said he better not go out there to Japan and lose. He should have took the fight. He should have took the offer with Boots. He gonna mess around and go to Japan and lose. Then he proceeds to punch 6 months of memory or 6 weeks of memory out the guy with Monster Inoue watching. and people conveniently move the goalpost somewhere else. I'm sick of this, bro. Fighters hold their own weight. Shakur Stevenson is well respected in the sport of boxing, not because he mentions Tank Davis's name. It's because he can fight. And anybody with a little bit of a brain and actually is not a hater can see that. Anybody with eyes can see that that kid can fight. Period. Whether you like him or not, they like, bro, he could fight. He could box. He could box his ass off. Say what you want, but he could fight. That's the same thing with Tank. You could try that Mayweather shit all you want. Tank had to build that shit up. He had to keep winning. Because if that was the case, if it was all Mayweather, then J. Leon Love would still be the guy, right? Based on what y'all saying. Stop stripping fighters of the credit that they worked and earned for themselves. There's no magical doors that open up and opportunities that open up. If you get in an interview and mention Tank name, y'all gotta stop doing that. To be honest with you, it actually will make you look kind of weak if you continue to speak his name in interviews and then don't have no idea, no plans on even trying to fight him. You're just gonna say his name and then go the other way. That's what they telling me is happening. But they can't tell you that any negotiations ever took place with them two, and Shakur is the one that walked away from it. This is not the case, bro. Y'all got to stop doing that. Stop taking credit from guys. Terence Crawford is great, whether you like it or not. Canelo is great, whether you like it or not. Mayweather is great, whether you like it or not. Andre Ward is great, whether you like it or not. Shakur is trying to prove that, whether you like it or not. We got some real talent in the sport, and it's time we just started addressing it and seeing it for what it is. Stop trying to overly assess everything. Stop thinking that your favorite fighter is some magical, just grants everybody this magical bag by just mentioning him. Yeah, I'm going to say his name. They're going to go buy my tickets. Says nobody ever. Nobody is ever going to buy a Shakur Stevenson ticket like, yeah, man, he said something about Tank. You heard what he said about Tank in his last interview? I'm going to watch the fight. Nobody says that. Just like nobody says, yeah, man, Tank, Floyd said he was the best. Floyd gave him the blessing, man. We going to watch Tank. Nah, they like, man, did you see that last knockout? Did you see when Tank knocked out Leo Santa Cruz and then flipped off the top rope? You get what I'm saying? Did you see when he knocked this guy out and then go flip off the rope? Yo, we going to watch that next fight. They ain't talking about no damn Floyd. They going to tell you, man, Tank put that work in. That's why we going to watch him. Corey put the work in. That's why we going to watch him. Bud Crawford put the work in. That's why we going to watch him. You know, it's people that think that, you know, the 70,000+ that was in attendance was all Canelo Alvarez fans. You know, it's people that really will convince the people that listen to them that Terence Bud Crawford had no fans at the fight. It was all Canelo. Yeah, it was all Guadalajara, Mexico in there. All 70,000+ of them, right? Terence Crawford ain't had nothing to do with the success of the fight. That shit is so dumb. So dumb. That's how people think, because they're taught to like strip guys of the success and the credit that they deserve. They told you Terence Crawford didn't sell tickets, right? But then the biggest fight for him and Errol Spence at the time was them two together. But a silly person will convince you, nah, that wasn't Terence Crawford. Those was all Earl fans in attendance. It wasn't Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford ain't have no fans out there. Stop doing it. Just watch boxing and enjoy it. It's okay to admit that these guys can hold their own. Shakur holds his own, whether you like it or not. He don't need the mention of a Devin Haney, Tank Davis. He don't never got to mention his name for the rest of his career. He going to be all right. And I know that better than a lot of y'all. He going to be fine. He will continue to make money. He wanted a more higher paid. I hate having this conversation, but we got to have it. It's too much misinformation. He wanted a more higher paid guys out there, whether you like it or not. Everybody don't have to be Tank Davis. Tank Davis is not the only person that's eating or making good money off boxing. Shakur been one of them guys. Y'all should have known that with the Top Rank situation, man. Wake up. He been a part of the crowd, one of those guys making that money. Came into the game with a silver medal, man. Wake up. Do your homework. Do your homework, man. Them shits give you a leg up. The medals ain't just for show, bro. They give you a leg up in the game. Go do your homework, man. The kid been making, them young man been making his money, right? They all can hold their own, bro. All of them. They don't need each other's names respectfully being mentioned in interviews to hold their own. Tank don't have to mention nobody to hold his own. That's been proven. If you're paying attention, it's the same thing with the Shakurs, the Devins, the Teos. Like these guys don't have to mention each other's name to be relevant. We know about all of these guys. Do you know why? Because at some point in time, all of these guys that we talking about stood on business, from the Tanks to the Teos to the Shakurs to the Devins to the Bud Crawfords to the Andre Wards to the Floyd Mayweathers. We speak about these guys so frequently, so often, because they've all stood on business and they all put in work. They all can stand on their own. Stop this. And this is what makes me feel like people don't really want to see fights. Because let me get this straight. You want to tell me a guy is the face of boxing and he's the biggest opportunity for everybody, and then in the next breath, you don't want nobody to speak his name? Make it make sense. Is he the biggest name or one of the biggest names in the sport? Why wouldn't people be speaking his name? That only validates what a lot of y'all push. He's one of the faces of boxing. Okay, with that being the case, people are going to bring him up. You got a competitor like a Shakur Stevenson in the same weight class, he going to talk about fighting you. They're the same shit with Devin Haney. It's no different. If you are in his weight class and you're deemed one of the best, he's looking to fight you. At least that's what I think he want to prove. They all should do that. Fighters should. So get into the habit. Call each other out more, as a matter of fact. I want to hear more of it. If you want to fight somebody and you serious about it, I would love to know. All of these dudes need to be speaking each other names. You a top guy and you in there with other top guys in any division, call them out. Call them all out. Call their asses out, man. But yeah. A couple people say that. A lot of people, man. Quite a few people. Shout out to Blue House, man. A lot of people say that. It's Tank dies in real fights. Shout out to Big Boys Boxing. Look, I'll do this. I respect the opinion. I know where you coming from because a lot of people said that. I don't think Tank is like ducking the real fights. I think the most competitive fights have evaded him because he hasn't prioritized them, and he wasn't conditioned to think to prioritize those fights, because I believe the start of his career was what he said it was. It was about getting his name out there and trying to make him a big star. And that's one of the boxers that was actually able to be checked before him and Floyd split. He was that star that Floyd was telling us he was going to be, right? But I think building that star came with not placing the responsibility on him to have to chase those names and call out names like, look, Tank, we over here. We doing it our way. This is how you do it. This is how you get money. This is how you go far. You got to think the guy that was teaching him is Money Mayweather, not the Pretty Boy Floyd guy. So that's the guy that's like, look, you want to get money how I got money? Remember, that was one of the selling points to get Tank over there. Remember, he said he's showing him the cars, jets, I guess, and all this jewelry and all this shit. Probably bought him some jewelry or whatever the case. He sold him the lifestyle before he earned it. Right? And then put him in a position to earn it, right? So think about what he was being taught. And I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but does that sound reasonable with a guy that's been showing you his last run was about making that money? He even changed his name to Money Mayweather. So part of him getting guys to sign on with him with to show him the lifestyle. Look what we gonna be on if you come with me. And then look, if you do it this way, this is how you're gonna be successful. Is Tank not one of the biggest names in boxing? Is he not a big star, a big attraction? He all of that, right? And he did it without the Pretty Boy Floyd stage, as they call it, right? That's a success, bro. He found a different way to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's neither, right? It's what you want to do. He's not wrong for moving the way he did. So I don't think that he's ducking the real fights. I just don't think he prioritized the most dangerous fights out there. And I think while not prioritizing the biggest fights possible, it's allowed him to continue to grow his name and his profile into what it is today, where he's at a point where even without those fights, people still expect to see him, right? So I don't think he's ducked these guys. Just like, if you understand where I'm coming from, he didn't make the fights the priority. Like, yo, I got to fight this guy. He already told you that. And he didn't have to do it. I think he allowed his team to make that decision for him, and he's just signed up on the contract, right? Maybe he got more power than he's utilizing. Maybe one could say that. Maybe he could be doing more with the position that he's in, but he's not, right? Maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that it's 100% ducking fights as much as it's not prioritizing and making sure that, hey, man, this is the guy I'm fighting next because my fans want it. That wasn't the case. I think, truth be told, he allowed his people to do their job, pick the fighters for him, and he signed the contracts and go out there and win the fights. Get what I'm saying? Like, think about his first title fight, Pedraza. Look how that came about. Had him on the shelf for a while. Floyd put the man in some weird positions, bro. So, truth be told, man, quiet as kept, and I'm trying to keep it, you know, positive. Man, he survived a couple of bullets fired from Floyd Mayweather. Not essentially from no gun, you know, but you get what I'm saying? He survived Floyd Mayweather, bro. A lot of people don't make it up out of that. A lot of people don't make it up out of that, bro. Imagine some being shown the game, learning the game, and then falling out with the same guy that put you on. You get what I'm saying? But being able to survive and stay afloat. I commend Tank for that shit. I'm sorry. He survived that shit. Remember, Floyd came out recently not too long ago. Remember he was telling people his fight was canceled? Remember that? Like, he survived some shit with Floyd. And I ain't saying it's one or the other. I ain't saying either guy more right or more wrong, but he survived life after Floyd, bro. He figured out a way to do this shit without Floyd. And I think that's impressive. I think, you know, he took the blessing and the baton and he ran with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think I rock with it. I rock with it. Yeah, facts. And and Reef, somebody say he just all right. Screw peak speaking, calling people out, just fight. Yeah, but that, you know, it's still boxing. That no boxing, all fighters get called out. You know what I'm saying? All fights get built up. Some love money more than legacy. Most of them do, big boys boxing. Most of them do, though, bro. You say KO, disrespect, that's a nicer way of saying ducking. Nah, I get you. He's a duck, and you're condoning it. Nah, you just see that's y'all just simple-minded. You know what I mean? You came in here with your name being Triple X, so I know you on a weird type of time. But nah, you just simple-minded, bro. What you hearing is a guy that has an understanding for the way he's been taught to move. You can't expect somebody to chase something that they wasn't taught to chase. You fucking idiot, man. Like, this is why I be spazzing on y'all sometimes, because y'all just idiots. When you don't hear the same rhetoric that you hear at the other 20 YouTube channels. Oh, you're condoning ducking. Nah, learn boxing. Learn boxing, dummy. Learn boxing and show me somebody he ducked. Because there ain't been no contracts out there where he's turned down with none of their names on it. So explain to me how he ducked them as opposed to not prioritizing the fights. Yeah, he's in a position to probably say, give me X, give me Y, give me Z, give me A, give me B, give me C. Yeah, he probably can do that. But by him not doing it doesn't make that ducking. How do you duck somebody without the fight being in position, without no offer, no nothing on the table? You don't walk away from the fight. We just discuss them on YouTube, and then you think, oh shit, we said it on YouTube. He got to fight. Tim, what's good with it, bro? You don't know shit about boxing, and I'm gonna start saying that to everybody that keep talking ducking to me. Prove to me that he ducked somebody, and next time don't even let these little weird dudes talk, bro. Let these weird. I don't care if you box. I don't give a damn about you boxing. We don't know you. Do you box at the world level? I don't give a damn about you boxing. That don't mean shit to me. You don't know what you talking about. You're a weirdo that puts that surface level bullshit that YouTube don't need. You was wrong with boxing, talking ducking when you don't know shit about the business of boxing. Fool, bro. You're an idiot. You are what's wrong with boxing. Ducking. Name somebody that Tank duck. You a fool, bro. I'm tired of this. I'm not your typical Tank Davis hater. Shakur's my guy and Tank is too. Dude ain't duck shit. Y'all just don't know boxing, bro. He ain't asking for the fights. Didn't he tell y'all I don't ask for him? My team bring me the name and I sign up. Didn't he tell you that? Shut your ass up. It's not his job to make the fights by himself, dummy. That's what he got a team for. And it's probably in large part due to his team and how they guided him is why he's largely successful to this day, you idiot. Tired of you dumbass boxing fans talking this ducking shit. You box. You don't box at the world level. Nobody in this chat know you. Man, get that weird shit out of here. I'm condoning ducking. Where did you hear me say, yeah, it's cool not to fight the best in the world? But I'm not no damn fool. They prize fighters, bro. Tank just bold enough to do what a lot of these dudes would do. They just ain't in position to do it. Newsflash. Let me break it to you. If more fighters was in the position Tank was, they'd be doing the same shit he doing, you moron. I'm sick of y'all. You don't hear how many people speaking on it? Man, hey, man, go get your money. If your heart ain't in it, they even understanding it. They understanding it from a business perspective. Y'all always talking duck. Who do y'all listen to all day? Duck, 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 duck. I just heard an idiot say Terence Crawford when he retired, he ducked Boots. They not even in the same. Terence Crawford just fought at 168. Boots ain't even had a fight yet at 154. And they already talking about Terence Crawford duck Boots. Ignorant. I will let you have your opinion, but you won't. You gonna be respectful over here, man. You gonna talk like you know better. All that weird shit. Oh man, you just condoning ducking. No, I'm just not condemning a man making the same decision that I would if I was in that same position. You idiot. I would choose my generational wealth over that legacy shit that you fans are talking about. Because when that man is retired and gone, you ain't gonna be you ain't gonna be paying none of his bills. You're not gonna be taking care of his people, making sure his people straight. If he sustained an injury in a boxing match, you're not gonna be there at his hospital bed making sure he good. You're not gonna be making sure them bills is on point. You not. So miss me with whatever you got expectation you got for these fighters, because I don't care about your expectation. I know how to enjoy the sport, and part of that is knowing that you can't control what they do. Shut up, sit back, and enjoy it. Like Tank said, man, y'all need to shut up and start just being fans. Y'all talk too much. Had the nerve to tell me he boxed like that was supposed to make a difference to me. I don't give a damn about you boxing. I don't give a damn. Give a damn about you boxing. You don't box at the elite level. You don't box. You ain't got no 40 or whatever they reporting, 40 or $50 million deal on the table. It's easy to talk about what you won't do when you ain't in a position to do no shit like that. Dumbass, man. I'm real enough. I don't box. If they told me, hey, man, you could get $5 million for fighting Jake. Hey, Jake, line it up, Jake. Line it up, Jake. Because for $5 million, or that, let's say that 40, 50 that they talking about with Tank, hey, man, I might be going out like Willie Lump Lump. Hey, man, might be going out. I might be going out like Willie Lump Lump for that. You get me? For that 40 million, I don't know what y'all talking about. Talking about he box. You ain't boxing for no M's. So it's easy to have that energy with I don't. Yeah, he's ducking. You're condoning it. I ain't condoning shit. You ain't never hear me say, yeah, it's okay not to fight the best in the world. Nah, man, I ain't no idiot, man. Shout out to Arvis, man. Tuck in the building. Popped up in my stuff, but he definitely ducked Devin. He was truly undisputed, unlike anybody else. See, this is again. Shout out to you, Jeremy. Look, it's all good. Don't block people for their opinion. You know what I'm saying? Don't block nobody for their opinion, bro. But when was there ever a contract in place or a deal in place, an offer for him and Devin to fight? What network was it going to be on? Who initiated the offer for them to fight? And when was it turned down? Just let me know. I hope Jeremy is not blocked. Just let me know, bro. And then if you can't answer that, then you will know that them two was never about to fight each other. So how could you duck somebody you never about to fight? Get what I'm saying? Yeah, he gonna learn, Blue Hustle, man. He gonna learn, bro. He gonna learn. We gonna learn him. The way Tank speaks, he seems his heart has never really been game anyway. Now I think his heart was in the game, but I think his whys was always different from what the typical fan believed. I think the typical fan was like, man, it's legacy. He gonna chase this, he gonna chase that. But y'all just heard in that clip that that's not what he was on. He wasn't chasing belts and legacy. He was chasing money and wealth and financial security. And now he gets to do that, and you got more people talking about duck. How are you scared of a man you fought already? Do that even make logical sense? Y'all gotta stop, man. Stop expecting me to sound like them other 10 you listen to, bro. You're never gonna get that from me. You get me? Y'all just say anything. Everybody's ducking according to y'all. Nah, it's business being done, bro, and it's gonna keep being done. And the reason why it's gonna keep being done in the same way it's been, because y'all don't educate yourselves. And what do these people in boxing know? Fans don't even care to get the information. Y'all just want to have y'all opinion. Y'all don't do no research or nothing. That's why they able to what? Bob Aram say kick y'all around like rocks. Yeah, that's what that is. Shout out to Ann McQueen. What's good, homie?
Chilling, man, chilling. I think that once upon a time, his why was different, and I think it's a little bit more aligned with what his fans are saying. And the reason why I say that, there's that clip where Coach Calvin, I can't remember exactly who was interviewing him, but he said how Tank came to him. He had an epiphany or a dream. Coach, I seen all the belts all over me. And then to fast forward, as you were speaking about earlier, then you link up with Money Mayweather. And he's probably telling that young man, yeah, that sounds cool. You want to get all the belts and be the champion and so on and so forth. But nah, this is really what it's about right here. This is about collecting them checks. And he's probably telling them everything from, no matter what you do, people are never going to be satisfied or they're going to have something to say. So you might as well just collect your paper. And then you fast forward to seeing that clip of them on the jet. I got what I got. I got $1 billion. We on this jet because I did what I wanted to do. So in turn, he followed the green print. And here we are. You know what I'm saying? Jake Paul, November in Miami. And here's the harsh reality, man. Like many other areas in life, we're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. We're idealistic in our thinking. We may even be somewhat naive. And then we get into it and we realize, like, damn, this is not what I thought it was. So I might as well finesse and not be finessed and get the most I can out of the situation. This is not what I thought it was.
Right.
Because for us, from the fan seat, with the production that they do, it makes all of this stuff look so glamorous. Looks so glamorous. They on TV, they in private jets, they got jewelry, they got this, that, and the third. And little do we know, some of these people are crying themselves to sleep over their situations.
Yeah, man.
And like all they have is their money.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm telling you so, man. It's just like I just hope we can get to a place in boxing where we understand, where we try to understand. Have your opinions, your criticism, critiques, whatever, man. Feel how you want. But leave some room to try to understand what these guys go through and that they human people. Put yourself in their shoes, man. And shit. Boxing, these guys, and imagine being in boxing and you moving your career based off what people on YouTube are talking about. People that can't box, man, you're ducking, you scared. Like those opinions are not the ones that weigh. It's the ones that is really rocking with you, the ones you really gonna care about. So I just don't, I don't get it, man. Surface level shit, ducking. Man, who started that shit on YouTube? It's
Even
terrible,
those
bro.
opinions, though, Just even the opinions of your supporter. Really, what it's going to come down to is the people who are financing your situation. And this is something that T. Hill and I were talking about, right? Unfortunately, for us, we're not going to be able to get to see Rock'em Sock'em Roblox action-packed fights back to back to back to back to back, and not just because the fighters or their teams, but also the people who are above them. As we say, that's above my pay grade. So if you're somebody who's in a suit and your tool for making money is the fighters that you put in the ring, do you want these guys to be damaged or do you want these guys to have longevity? Not for their personal safety or because of their health, but because it behooves you to keep these guys in reasonable shape so you can continue to go to the well as long as you can.
Mine was good, fam.
Keep putting their asses in the ring. And if they get burnt out too quickly, that only hurts your bottom line.
Right.
So
They
that's
don't
why
get that.
putting them in there with one guy who's a quote-unquote killer,
They
and
don't
then you
get
put
that.
them in there with somebody else that's a little bit more manageable, a little bit more reasonable, because you want to keep these guys in good enough condition. Like right now, I'm out here on the streets. I'm doing Uber Eats. I got to get my oil changed, make sure my tires are rotated and inflated properly, and so on and so forth. Why? Because this is my vehicle, literally and figuratively, to
40 minutes, I'll fight the damn
support
Avenger.
myself right now. And that's what the fighters are. They are a tool. And God forbid some of these tools recognize that that's what they are,
was good.
tools, and they want to be compensated.
And they know it. They know the money is out there to be made, and they gonna make it. They know, like, they're not dumb no more. I said this before, so y'all gonna have to find a new way for the best to fight the best. This ain't the shit of yesteryear. It's gone. Fighters know, hey, it's money out there to be made. And I don't got to just primarily chase this legacy. It's ways for me to finesse the game and get my bread. And they're going to do it.
Yep.
They seen too many fighters get finessed out of their situations, and they be damned if they do it while you just tell, fight this one, fight that one. Now they gonna make moves that's going to allow them to have some longevity and make some money and do both. Not doing, if they move how we say, keep fighting the killers. Just fight them all. Just fight all the dogs. See how short these careers be, man. dudes' careers would be short as hell, man.
The promoters wouldn't have any stables. They wouldn't have anybody available. Everybody would be banged up and out of commission.
Right.
They wouldn't have anybody to put in there. So we could even take it a step further.
Right.
And say that they don't even want that. They don't want that. That's the reason why we got Kid Schofield #1 in the WBA, but who is he fighting? JoJo Diaz coming back down for 140?
Right. Right.
He's a notable name, but you know what I mean? He's a relatively soft touch at this juncture in his career. And it allows us to keep the train going. That's what it's all about. Honestly, like, unfortunately, they told us, the fans, that it was all about legacy and it was all about championship aspirations, but that's a marketing ploy for us to buy into it. Because if they would have come out and say to us, we throw these guys in the ring so they can make money and support themselves, who the hell wants to see that?
Yeah.
But if you get people emotionally involved, and then now they're able to be fanatics, you know, like in the true sense.
Yeah.
You can get invested in that emotionally. And like my dog behind the hand said, 40 million. What we really got to ask is this 40 million cash to pay this young man, how much money is being generated? How much money do they currently have that they're able to ration out that portion of money? So we got to even think beyond the fighters. If this guy's getting 40 million, how much do you think the motherfucker in the suit in Netflix has to give him? Because he's signing him a check, basically. You know what I mean? So
there's a lot of money involved.
Get that paper, whole lot of money.
Man, a whole lot of money.
This ain't bigger than Nino Brown.
Yeah, you got all that money at stake. Y'all simple asses on the sideline talking about, oh, he's ducking Lamont Rhodes. You sound stupid. I just typed in the chat, oh, he ducked Devin Haney though. No, when? Why y'all keep who do y'all be listening to lie on these fighters and just make shit up? Like, it's not that hard to find it. Look that up. The other day, man, somebody was like, Tank was fighting Teo. When? Like, y'all just be making shit up. We gotta stop doing that. Yeah, I know who he fighting, and we all do at this point. And we know who Teo could be fighting, but we don't know who he is fighting yet. So let's just enjoy it. Let's sit back and see if they make that fight, bro. I'm watching both of them, I'll tell you that.
Yep. But there's a whole lot of money, man, that has to be divvied out for these events to even take place. You know what I'm saying? And I think that one of these days, one of these top promoters, they need to do some sort of series or a master class where they go over all of the particulars, the P&L sheets and all, and have a look at how many people have to get paid from top to bottom in order for an event to just get off the ground. I'm not even talking about for it to be successful, for them to get a return, just to get it out there for public dissemination. You know what I mean? Just it's crazy. You know, like how many people got to get paid, from the pyrotechnic to the person working at the concession stand, to the person setting up the seats, to the sound man, to the person who sets up the ring. If they don't own the ring, they got to rent a ring. You know what I mean? It's just like, and that's the reason why a Tank versus Jake Paul fight would be staged, because of the projections. You're already thinking about how many tickets you're going to be able to sell, at what price point you're going to be able to sell them. If you got this many people in here, that means we can sell potentially X amount of hot dogs, X amount of chicken tenders. I guarantee you there's some smart motherfucker in the suit somewhere that's crunching all of these numbers, and they be like, hell no, this makes too much sense. Literally, SENSE and CENTS, a whole lot of them, for us to like bypass this fight.
Yeah.
And that's why this other fight that we think is a good fight, and these guys should be in there fighting for legacy and immortality. These fights are just like, nah.
Immortality, right? He don't want to be great. He don't want to be great. Shit. You think you look at most of these dudes' circumstances, where they came from, where they at, and you telling me that's not great? So again, it's our version of great. It's easy for us to set these damn video game standards for these guys, but they real people, bro. Real people that got to find a way to get through one of the roughest, I think, businesses in sports and boxing. It's boxing to me. Grimy ass business, man. Behind the hands, my guy. What's good?
Nah, Ham was over here cooking though. It's true. You know, I often now get a chance to be a part of that, the making of a card, just even on a lower level, a lower pro level, it's very expensive. Very expensive, and they're only planning to potentially break even or slightly do better than even. That's what most people's aim is. They know that they're not going to put on a show, the same similar show they just did last month, and just break world records. It's not a projection overall. You know, you want to slightly climb, but when you start talking about these heavy hitters and big names in the sport, oh man, the moment you do have a fight like Jake Paul, Tank Davis, and you are a runner or proprietor of a promotional company, you want that type of fight because that's going to replenish your entire company. It's going to put you in the driver's seat to create more fights for the rest of the year or the start of the next year. You don't want to just keep nickel and diming your fights. And that's why in some circumstances that promotional company, I'm not saying no names, that's why they do a lot of in-house fighting right now. And that's why their biggest star is going to be on Netflix because it's going to pay dividends to their situation. Now, a casual fan that wants to see their favorite fighter be He-Man and go fight Godzilla and this and that, yeah, you thinking like a fan. And that's the way you have the right to think. But when it comes to business, which one is going to make us the most money is the bottom line. And that's what they're going to do every time.
And to your point, bro, look at what they're doing too, right? Who's on that undercard? Another one of their fighters, PBC fighter.
Okay, I wasn't going to go there, but I'm going to go there. Them specifically, I said this in the chat yesterday. Next year, PBC is going to have their prospects on a local fight in your city. If you watching this and you in the chat, you'll be having them local fight cards in your city. PBC gonna be having local fight cards with their fighters on it. That's most likely not gonna be televised. Think about what I'm saying to you. PBC's prospects will be on local cards around the country. I know for a fact PBC is gonna have fighters on local cards in Texas in 2026 for sure. I've seen it. I already know it. I've seen who they doing business with. I mean, it's not even just PBC. Top Rank will be doing the same. And ironically, look at the position that Top Rank is in as a company as far as their network circumstance. They're trying to adjust that. But in the meantime, we're going to lease our guys out to local cards. You know, we could get down to the local cards. How difficult that is to make still. As a local card, it's hard to make. You know, but, you know, a lot of people going to overlook how difficult, the degree of difficulty to make these cards. You're going to overlook them every time. You're just going to think these fights are just supposed to happen and this guy's supposed to be in there and this is supposed to happen. And that always goes like this because you ain't never gave it no thought. I ever seen it. But I was just in the office of a promoter watching fighters sign contracts for a fight October 25th. And I'm watching as fighters is taking it to their coaches and sending it to their lawyers. You know, I could see how a fighter might say, man, I wasn't even really tapped into all that. I could see it. You're looking at the wording in these contracts, and them dudes is trained to fight, not broker business deals. You know, it's crazy how people that sitting on the couch don't tell a man, man, you're supposed to do this. You don't know what that contract say to do that. You know, but people just don't know.
Well, that's why we need to be fans or educate ourselves so we can have an idea. So then now we're not arguing with each other, calling people out of their names, not just one another, but also fighters, and saying you need to be doing X, Y, Z. And to your point about Top Rank, that's an excellent point, man. I mean, shit, we just had an undisputed fight on Top Rank, right?
Correct.
Monster Inoue versus MJ Akhmadaliev. That bitch was on Facebook.
Exactly.
It was.
Exactly.
So you know they trying to get right over there.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want to spend excessive money if you are without a network. That means your budget is crippled. You know, you don't have nobody matching you. You don't have anywhere to leverage it and get a little money back for this. It's hard to get a sponsorship deal without a network. You know how y'all watch these fights. You look in the ring and that in the ring say Tecate or Hennessy or whatever. It's hard to do that without a network. You know, a lot of people overlook that.
Absolutely, because those people who are advertising, they want their shit to be seen.
Exactly.
Yeah. You be seeing these dudes be looking like walking advertisements, man. They be having
Come on, man, look at them trunks, bro. Them trunks be looking like little billboards.
I swear, I'd be like, man, it be one too many sometimes. Like, God damn.
Nah. When I see that, Joe Just, I'll be like, man, that boy got him some bread for this one. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you could go on your IG and go to your favorite local fighter and go look at him when he getting ready to have his next fight. He gonna have every inch of them shorts for sale, for advertisement, sponsors. You know, shout out to all my homeboys that be doing it. You know what I'm saying? They need it. So, you know, the more it's covered with, that means he got some bread to push through camp. Or, you know, I was sitting there listening earlier, guys, man, he got to chase that legacy. Man, I know guys that want legacy over money. That's complete cap. The fact of the matter is, you can't chase legacy broke. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible to have the money backing you to even be in them rankings when you don't have any money. Hey, man, I'm going to say it because I got to and I'm in a position to. Marquise Taylor ain't backed by nobody. And look what that's getting him. Nowhere. Because people can simply just choose not to fight him.
Yeah. And you ain't got nobody going to bat and pushing for you to make these fights. And
exactly. There's no major money going to.
Yeah.
He not paying. He not greasing the WBA pockets. He's literally going up the rankings the hardest way possible by whooping ass. That's the hardest way. People don't understand that.
You know, make videos, making call outs and shit. Just wanting
the man called out Turkey.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Yes,
he asked Turkey to give me whoever I seen a man go to the WBA convention and tell the WBA with all these representatives and executives all in the room and tell them it don't matter who you give me, I won't turn it down. It don't matter where it's at. And yet people still won't fight him because they don't got to. And he don't have the bread to grease the people's pockets to make it happen. The reality of it is they all chasing bread because rather if you in it just for bread or you in it for the legacy, you got to get money to chase legacy. You can't be in there broke. You know what I'm saying? I'm facing eviction, but I get this eliminator next week. That just don't happen. It just don't happen. It don't happen.
And like you said, man, you got to pay to play in a lot of these situations. You know, I would urge everybody, go look at that damn lawsuit with the IBF where Robert Lee was literally out here taking money from fighters for rankings.
It was just his turn. That's all of the sanctioning bodies.
All of them.
That's all of them. That was just the IBF turn to get the bad light shined on them. If you look up through history or Google, I'm sure you can find the same case on every single sanctioning body at some time in history. They all do it.
I'm telling you.
You got to pay to play. It's not some lanes. And all of boxing is pay to play, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was just citing them as an example.
Absolutely.
I mean, it goes without saying when you see a damn fight like Rolly Romero versus Ryan Garcia, which was just a regular bout, and all of a sudden it gets upgraded to a championship fight, despite the fact that neither one of them had even competed at 147 to be in the 147 rankings. That tells you all you need to know.
And whatever belt that was, I believe is the WBA, right?
WBA regular, and that's
okay. Now go look up who was the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 contender, and tell me that they got the money that Ryan and Rolly got.
It was Shakram Giasov, and he ain't get that. He didn't get that.
They don't have the financial backing that they have.
Nope.
Yeah. Yep. You can sidestep people that don't got the money. So when people be talking this, just chase legacy, not money. Hey, bro, you living in a fantasy. Boxing is not like your NBA playoffs or the NFL to where, we just got to play our way, have a decent record, get in the playoffs, win a game, and then win another one. And there we go. We're going to play the best for the champion. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. And it hurt my feelings when I found out Santa Claus wasn't real too. So all these people running around thinking that, man, they tripping about money. Bro, I watch these guys, man. Just I be around the brokest of fighters, bro.
Right.
These boys ain't got no money.
Right.
And if I had a chance for them to make 100,000 or give them a WBC belt, which one they gonna pick? I know they about to grab this bread every time. Every time. Ain't nobody saying, man, I just want that belt. I got that belt, man. Now I'm good. That'll never happen.
Hell no, and you got to pay to defend your titles too. Your man Anthony Joshua was out here paying over 2 million US cash to defend his belts versus what's my man's name, Joseph Parker.
That's
reading the
crazy.
article, I was disgusted. And that's why you got Errol Spence in the press conference for the biggest fight of his life, asking a question that nobody could answer. Where the hell are these sanctioning fees going?
They go to the pockets of the people who run them.
I see you, Ree. Yeah, right. Right.
That's where they go. Where I believe that since the beginning whenever the date it was that De La Hoya fought B-Hop for the very first 4-belt undisputed, I think that day somebody should have put in the rotation that the sanctioning fees got to go to retirement, healthcare. Somebody should have situated it, because think about from the De La Hoya Hopkins fight to where we are now and what we just crowned with Terence Crawford and Canelo a few weeks back. Look how much money that they make. If
community flossing.
If Bud and Canelo, if Canelo just made $150 million and he just fought and had to pay 12 to 13% to those sanctioning bodies, they just got paid.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about that though. Everybody talking about the surface layer stuff. Nobody's talking about the money that Canelo made. Now imagine the percent of that money that went to the sanctioning bodies.
Right. That's why they don't have no problems every time he fights.
Whoever in the chat, you can do the math, man. What's 13% of 150 million? That's what they got. That's a crazy number.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
And it would be justifiable, right, if they'd be able to tell you this is going to this, that, and the third, and it's some noble cause, like you said, healthcare or housing. You got Donald Curry, who was the 147-pound undisputed champion. He lost it to Lloyd Hunningham, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was an article on Boxing Scene a couple weeks ago where his son was basically raising money through GoFundMe. This dude is an undisputed champion. There's no way in hell that he should have to need a GoFundMe. The sanctioning body should be able to handle that.
Well,
especially at the 3%.
Well, tell that to people who think that, chasing legacy is more important than the money.
Shout out to Uncle Villain, man. He did say 130 man right there.
Well, he says 16,900,000. That's a hell of a lot of money to pay.
A hell of a lot.
And you don't even know where the hell it's going either.
Especially for a person that ain't have to throw a punch, or people going to people that ain't have to throw a single
punch. People bypass Earl because of how he lost to Bud. But go back to that last press conference when he called out these people, and then go look at the last time he fought, and people think that he just don't want to fight. Hey, man, Earl Spence put them people on note. He said some stuff that he wasn't supposed to say. And people don't look at him like that or have not brought it up. But the reality of it is he called them out on this.
Then next thing you know, he's trying to get ranked then, huh? What they do?
Come on, man. Like, we will not.
Shut that
Think
down.
About it.
Nah.
They shut down one of the
bodies, wasn't it? Hell no.
They shut down a one-loss champion.
Yeah.
They shut down a one-loss champion in the rankings.
Right. Thrill hell. What it do, homie?
Come on, man.
Right.
But it ain't because of just, oh man, he lost to Bud. No. It's actually because what he said before he fought Bud. What y'all doing with that money, man? He called him out. Yeah, y'all talk about call outs. That was a nasty call out that got slept on.
Nah, yeah, you right. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. That was a hell of a call out by Big Fish, man.
He called out the sanctioning bodies, and ain't nobody bat an eye. Come on, man.
Dean, what it do, Brody? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Hell no. And you know them sanctioning bodies, they supposed to have that rule, right? In that a fighter who was stopped in their previous fight shouldn't be able to compete for a title or something crazy like that. To your point, bro, Sebastian Fundora, prior to him fighting Tim Tszyu for that belt, what happened in the fight before
He got slept by Mendoza.
Got his ass stopped. Next fight, he's fighting for a title.
Yeah,
But then,
but the difference is he didn't call out no sanctioning bodies.
Nope.
After that, Errol Spence, he come back. He trying to fight Fundora. They like, no, we can't let you do this because you got stopped.
Called out the sanctioning bodies, went against the grain, lost, didn't pan out, betting on himself, and I always said he been paying for it ever since. That's why when he take pictures, he look like that, bro. When I hear him say, "I'll be back when I'm ready," yeah. No urgency to get back
because it doesn't depend on him.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people overlook that. Yeah, my favorite fighter said that your favorite fighter don't want to fight him. Well, it ain't just up to them two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Butcher, you don't think that there was anybody else available to replace who was that? Keith Thurman?
Absolutely there was. But go back to the point that I made earlier, when you have backing financially, you can get where you need to get to.
Yeah, right.
They trying to
show you they enforce the rules however they see fit.
Come on, man. We know that. We know that. And shout out to Canelo, but that dude that he fought, Average Pilgrim or whatever, what's his name? Avi Yildirim. He picked him. He picked him as a mandatory.
Yeah.
And then they made him a mandatory.
Right. That shit was crazy. That shit was wild.
He said, well, who do you want the mandatory? Nigga looked around the gym and was like, him. They was like, who is that?
You did him? No problem. No problem. We make it right now. Yeah, man. Hit that like button if y'all haven't. We should have way more than
they make these rules. Ain't it funny that Benavidez had a WBC mandatory waiting, and then David Morrell had a WBA mandatory waiting, and neither guy got picked? Come on, bro. They clearly make up the rules as they go along.
Yeah, they definitely playing in our face.
They do, and then we argue with each other.
Right? That's why I be saying, bro, most of these boxing conversations need to be exactly that. Conversations, not arguments, bro. They want to keep us arguing, so that keeps us dumb. That's why I get so pissed off when I hear people see somebody tight. Should I say, this one duck that one? Bro, stop falling for the dumb shit. Man, y'all don't even gotta know that. Y'all don't gotta know if it was a contract, or offer, a deal in place. Nowadays, people ain't gotta even be in the same weight class, bro. You could be weight classes away from somebody ducking. Damn, we gotta stop, bro. I'm telling you, they gonna keep force feeding bullshit because they know we dumb like this. Yeah, they just gonna argue about it. We be arguing about fights they ain't even thinking about making. That's what I be saying. We be putting people in fights they ain't even talking about. If I hear somebody say Terence Crawford got to fight Boots, I'm going to be really upset. Yeah. Leave it alone, bro. Man, I want to leave that conversation alone because I got my own thoughts on that. But just leave that there, bro. They doing two different things, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no ducking going on, bro. You
got to think a step beyond that. Like, and let's say, for instance, a guy did duck, right? Who enabled him to duck? Because like the bro said, like Mo City was saying, this ain't like the NBA or the NFL. Hey, it's 82 games in the damn NBA season. You're going to play everybody. We don't give a damn how you feel about it. The schedule is the schedule. Such is not the case in boxing. So somebody has to be okay with somebody not fighting a particular somebody to justify their space or justify their rank. Somebody has to sign off on that shit.
Hey, I got one for you. It's probably more people that get paid off step aside money than actual fights in the championship situation.
Man, that should be crazy.
But what I'm saying is the step aside guy, you don't hear them dudes out there, man, they gave me money to step aside. Nah, they take that money and step aside. And they wait for the next payment.
That's
the game
right there.
Come on, man. In some cases, that was a fight. Oh, man, I got paid. Yeah, it's time to go on vacation, like you say.
Going fishing with AB. Shout out to my guy, Son of God. He said, who is the next face of boxing when Tank leaves? It's tough, man. It's tough. I wonder who would they be calling the next face of boxing, man.
I'm gonna tell you my answer to that, bro. And I hope this ain't offensive to anybody. I hope boxing is the face of boxing. That's what I hope. I hope people just start digging boxing. I'm talking about all the fights. I'm talking about I can't wait till PBC finally get it right. To now they got the cards and I ain't got to pay $60 to $90 for the pay-per-view. I hope Top Rank get on a network to where I could just go turn on there like I used to with ESPN. I hope the Zone and Matchroom keep cooking and Probox keep. I hope boxing is the face of boxing because there's too many outlets, whether it be OTX, Probox, man, come to my channel. I got a league on my channel. I just like the fact that boxing is alive and well in different capacities. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh man, we need one guy. That's impossible. It's not just one guy thing. It's when boxing is healthy, boxing is the face of boxing, man.
I like that.
Wow. Like preach, brother. Preach. The church of pugilism.
I like it. Because, I mean, it just getting more people enjoying the sport overall, and boxing will be the face of boxing for real, man. Like, it's like I told you, it's like a nana boo-boo. My fighter did this. Your fighter can't do this. My fighter will knock this. It's like, why we can't just enjoy this shit? That's why I'm always preaching it, man. Just enjoy boxing, man. Enjoy boxing. I know who the face going to be. I get why you asked the question, though, because, you got people passing it around, man. It's tough, man, because who could have ever said, you thought they would have anointed Tank as one of them, right? Shit, Canelo has been one of the faces of boxing as well.
Hey, Bodega Ty, just to answer your TSO, just to go what you saying. That's why it's so dope that they're on such a ground level. You could reach out to them and you could tell them that. Well, what you saying, you didn't like the way it was ran in Atlanta. I respect that. I didn't like the way it was ran in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but they real like local level to where you could hit them up and tell them that your input alters how they do business because of the level that they on. Don't wait for them to turn into what PBC or Top Rank is and all that, then start complaining about it. You doing the right thing by pointing it out, man. You could tag them. They gonna see it on IG or whatever. They gonna look at it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying boxing as a whole is out there right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all probably know a guy that fought on Probox. Right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's relative today. You don't got to wait till they get enormous on the screen and pay-per-views and then start, man, go ahead and let them know now, man. I'm just telling you, just to be real with you. Because I work with OTX before.
Hell, a couple people on their cards, on the Red Owl cards, and a couple of those other cards I seen on DAZN. I seen them on your channel first. I was like, oh shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those
of course, my favorite is Ephraim. That's my guy. I like Ephraim.
But that's because I be pushing to make boxing the face of boxing, not just a person. Almost better than anybody. And man, I'm gonna push the unknown guy before I talk about these name brand guys who don't need my help. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna do nothing but create division and hate. So let me put you on a dude who I think got a mean left hook, or let me show you this kid with a mean jab. He nice. Go check him out. Oh, look, he fighting on OTX, or he fighting on Probox, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I think is dope. You know what I'm saying? When you can find a fighter that people don't even know or don't even check for because you just like boxing or you just love boxing like that. You know, not necessarily. I'm a fan of a fighter specifically, and if it ain't about my fighter, I don't care. Matter of fact, your fighter ducking my fight. That conversation got to die. Leaving 2025. That just tell me you don't like boxing. When you start these debates and arguments about damn near anything, but specifically about your fighter is so much better than my fighter, and my fighter ducking your man. Look here, bro. Look, bro. You need some new hobbies or new people to watch. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you want to argue about it, the reality of it is why you ain't talking about anybody else. It's the sport that I rock with, not just that one guy who's your favorite fighter. You know,
right?
And this ain't no slug to nobody. I don't want nobody to insert name here or nothing. It's just in general.
Nah, I'm inserting names. Willie Lump.
Nah.
Or even if we are going to have the conversations about the usual suspects, oftentimes we talk about everything but the actual boxing itself.
Yeah. I was saying, I think we was having that conversation, bro. I was saying that the conversations don't even be about boxing no more. It be about the narratives and all this. He said this. Y'all didn't get mad at him when he did this. I be like, yo, what the fuck?
Yep.
Like, what y'all man? Y'all got
Well, Bill said in the interview, and then fucking what's my man? If Eddie said he wouldn't make that fight happen, but then he made a fight happen over here, and it's like, nah, like things change, opportunities change, money changes. Like right now, we talk about Jake versus Tank, right? And hell, a couple of years ago, that fight was not as appealing as it is now. He was over there fighting on Triller, fighting against what's my man's name? Nate Robinson.
Yeah.
Now, shit, he over there with Netflix. The bag is different, so you gotta look at it different.
He run around trolling Tank, trolling Floyd.
PSO, man. When you start talking about refs, that's a commission problem within your state, not necessarily the promoters. The promotional company that they just gonna enlist whoever your commissioner brings in, not the promoter. The promotion doesn't say, these are the refs that I like. The commissioner's gonna do it for that state.
Yeah, he had a wild ass ref, Haven Brady. I ain't like the ref either.
He did. He did, but that's a Georgia Athletic Commission issue right there. Not necessarily OT. Now OTX let it go on, but I mean, what's the promoter gonna do? Jump in the ring, go, hey, what are y'all doing? You know, so they can't do that. You know, that commissioner got the power to shut the whole show down.
Well, I got y'all here, y'all. One last thing I was gonna bring up while we're here. I seen a couple little short clips of one of the big conversations been Dana White and them trying to implement, I guess, their own version of the Ali Act. I'm gonna play this clip real quick. That's crazy.
To the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that it's expected to be presented in front of Congress later this year. It already has bipartisan support. We've seen a lot of people split on this. How important are these changes to be made to the idea of you having success launching this league in 2026?
Well, let's be clear. There will be zero changes to the Muhammad Ali Act. Not one word will be changed in the Muhammad Ali Act. We're going to add on to it. So the guys who, guys being fighters that want to fight under the Muhammad Ali Act exactly the way it is, will have that opportunity to do that. And then, or you can bet on me and fight with me under our version of the Muhammad Ali Act. So that thing's been blown a lot out of proportion, and I get it. And I knew people were going to freak out because that's what people do. But yeah, What was the question?
I said, do you need those changes to happen to launch your league in 2026?
No.
Or the amendments that you want to add on?
Right. No, but we're doing it. Listen, the Muhammad Ali Act was put in place with all good intentions, and but I think that it's held the business back. And like I said earlier, these guys, like all these guys that have been been involved in boxing for a long time, the promoters they don't think big enough. I think much bigger than any of them do, no matter how bad they all want to compete with me.
He's a funny guy, bro. And one more short one.
They say that they're only going to recognize the ring rankings. No WBC, no WBO, no IBF. They're only recognizing the ring. Are they going to rank only the fighters that are signed to Zuffa? Pretty much know it's going to be a league type of fights, second tier, third tier. None of those fighters are going to show up in the top 10 of the ring. And if they do, then they are no better than the WBC, IBF, or WBO, which you will see names in those rankings so you've never heard of. Or you see a guy that we've have heard of, like a Keyshawn Davis before he became a champion, ranked very highly by the WBO, but not even in the WBC rankings. What is that?
I'll tell you what. If something is not broke, don't fix it. That's what I say to that.
I think the purpose of him trying to do what he's doing, this is not me explaining it or giving it any credit or anything or bail money on it or nothing. But what he's trying to do is create a UFC type of situation in boxing within his league. And you can't represent the fighter and also be the company in which it's signed to by boxing standards. And I get what he's saying. Now, what I'm gonna say this too, and this might ruffle a feather too. This might ruffle a feather too. I ain't tripping, but I feel like if Dana White is what you looking for in boxing, go that route. If you're a fighter, you can't get fights. People is ducking you. You ain't making no money, And this man is saying, "Come over here. I'm gonna pay you a base of this much." And now you got a guaranteed check. You don't get to pick who you fight, or you're represented by the same company entity that in which you're assigned to. I guess the anti or the opposite of the Ali Act. If that works for you, so be it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not going down what he doing. I'm not going to promote it either. But look, man, some niggas drink Coke and some people drink Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in the words of Pimp C, you got the classic Cokes, man. That's what we rocking with, the classic Cokes. And then you got the new generation, the Pepsi, man. You know what I'm saying? So, which one are you? You know what I'm saying? If you in your career and you want to go the classic route, you're not gonna go over there with Dana. But if you in this new era and you ain't getting where you want to get to, man, go that route. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it without throwing any salt on what he's doing. Do I fully agree with it? I can't say I fully agree, but I'm not against what he's doing. But, hey, look, man, that's just another option for fighters. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see that.
I do like the fact that it was somewhat of an option, right? Like, it could be for the people that want to fight under the act as is, that's fine. But then the people that want to bet, you notice how you say, come with him or bet on him. Hey, man, that's interesting, man. Bet on you is an interesting choice of words when you got some of the biggest stars of the UFC leaving due to money. Them dudes done dip their toes in boxing because of how you treat them. So I just don't see how, if I got to bet on you and I know what you come from, and like how you notice how you caught on to it, you trying to make it something like the UFC, I just don't see how that is going to be good. And these dudes, they talking about having their own belt, and that essentially allow them to control and make their own rankings. That gotta be a mess. Conflict of interest, like that's gotta be messy as hell. Like,
but
like a lot of control. Maybe I got it wrong, but that's what it seems.
No. It is a lot of control. But see, it is a lot of control. But I believe this: all them fighters that everybody familiar with, they not going that route. All those top tier guys that you see in those rankings, they ain't got to go that route. The people who would be in that boat is these people locally in your cities that's grinding and they not getting the shot. That's who they gonna be the guinea pigs of it. It's not gonna be Keyshawn Davis versus Abdullah Mason. No, that ain't about to happen on that league. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna see Bud or whoever you want to name, Ryan Garcia. Those guys aren't gonna be a part of that league. But you are gonna see Edson Garcia. You might see Marquise Taylor. You're gonna see these guys who can't get fights, who are going broke, waiting around.
Right.
That's what you might see.
Yeah, well, man, yeah. If he wasn't paying guys in the UFC, what makes you think he want to come over here and boxing and pay people? Well, you talking about the Ali Act, he sure was made with good intentions, but it's holding boxing back. Nah, I don't think the Ali Act was holding boxing back, bro.
Nah, see what he insinuating is the Ali Act is stopping you from controlling everything. That's what he's insinuating.
Talk about it.
And the reality of it is those that go over there, like I hear somebody saying, oh man, he was barely paying guys in UFC. I get it, but the people who gonna be in that league, they probably made next to nothing last year in boxing. So going from nothing to making 80 to 100,000, or if it's a title fight, $750,000, that's a massive difference from somebody who wasn't making anything. I'm not giving it any bail money. I'm not. But I know when somebody broke, you might do some stuff that you probably wouldn't normally do.
Gonna do
trying to tell you
for a piece of
for that $40 million, boy, I'm fighting my mom and my kids. Telling you.
Something strange for a piece of change, man. Shout out to Son of God, man. He said,
provided that these guys
is boxing dying, and will we see a merger with promoters to find a boxing channel to watch these fights on where all these fighters are fighting? That'd be a stretch. That'd be interesting. A channel to watch all the fights on?
It's impossible.
A merger? I know they making moves. I don't know if they call it a merger, but I know it seems like we getting more people working with each other.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Ever since the emergence of Turkey, we watched Queensberry and Matchroom have a whole 5v5.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, these guys working together, and unbeknownst to a lot of people who just don't know, they've been working together. A lot of people just don't know that. They just haven't recognized it. When you see Shawn Porter fight Bud Crawford on ESPN, what is that?
Right.
What is that?
Shakur Stevenson versus Edwin De Los Santos on ESPN.
What is that?
Yeah, they working together.
When you see Rolly Romero fight Ryan, in the name of Turkey or whatever, I mean, you got Fury, Wilder, you got a lot of different mixing matches of people who clearly aren't in the same building. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop saying side of the street. They don't work in the same building. You know what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is, these people are going into each other's workspace to work, and it's not brand new. It's been happening.
Right. The question is at what level will they be able to take it? Right now you're just seeing some, guys popping up on cars and fighting and stuff like that. But I could only imagine that could get better. You know what I mean? Rob, what it do, homie? If people are more willing to work with each other, ain't that been the problem for so long? And that's why I say maybe Turkey could be some good. He could be some of the cause of it, right? Having people working together, because here this guy come and here you go. If y'all, look, he gonna make the fights if y'all not, or he gonna attempt to anyway, and you gotta rock with that.
Well, the other side of the street conversation ain't alive and well. It's not.
And good. And I think that's good for boxing, because I hear that.
I mean,
hearing that shit. He over there. He signed with them. He ran to this one. He ran to that one.
Martin Bacoli.
Stupid that. Who started that shit? That a guy got a sign specifically somewhere, or he running from somebody. And yeah, man, what the hell? That shit sound crazy, man.
I'm telling you, man. I saw a contract the other day, bro. You ain't supposed to tell me that I'm gonna leave the comfort of my home and where I'm at to go over here and look at a whole different piece of paper with different verbiage. Bro, you never know what you're getting into by jumping around with signing here and I'm gonna go there, and man, it ain't that easy.
Right. especially when you don't have opportunities to go places and people are steady telling you where you should go, even if that's not an option. I heard somebody say, man, well, force it. Yeah, now you just talking. And business don't work like that. So the fighter's supposed to force themselves to be where they not wanted at. And why would they even want to do that? Why would that even be smart? Oh yeah, to make one fight? That shit sounds stupid, man. Guys got to go where their opportunities make the most sense for them, man. And reality is, man, if you really want to fight, don't matter who promoting you, who you signed to. They're gonna do business. They're gonna do business. Guys don't be wanting to fight, and that's also a harsh reality for these fans.
Check this out, bro. I see TSO. What you saying? We just finished playing this video of Dana White saying he wants total control of all of the fighters in his league, and people was basically, oh man, that's crazy. But you can't turn right around and say, oh, they should all fight on one network, because you know what you've just done? You're giving a network power over all of boxing. You gave a network a monopoly on it. That may be good for me and you as fans, but that's gonna be horrible for promoters. Horrible. It's gonna be bad. Well, they're gonna be undercut because their competitor is literally on the same network as them. You know, I'm not gonna gripe about having to go through a few different apps to watch boxing. I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Because what works for a promoter A may not work for a promoter B, or what works on one network may not work on the other network. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I don't think we'll ever see a monopoly of all boxing under one umbrella. That's impossible.
Yeah. I think people too greedy ultimately too.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then it's like, I guess once you want to pull something off like that, that means a lot of people probably have to like relinquish, I guess.
Absolutely.
Like,
not even just their power, just they have to relinquish their percentage that they get.
You get me? And I don't see people wanting to do that. Why would they ever be like, what's going to incentivize people to want to do that? Nothing. So I think healthy competition is good too. Healthy competition is good within the sport of boxing, man.
You need good competition. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, it's gonna keep one or the other or the third or fourth party straight. That's what it's gonna do.
And what
you can't just put up bogus fights and charge me a pay-per-view price for it when over here they free.
Right. That shit crazy, man. I was hoping that this dude being in boxing, Turkey, would make the guys that was already in place and here want to work together more often, or say like, you know, damn, here come this guy. Like, cause I gotta look a certain way. Here you go, he's throwing the money around, but he also putting guys in position to make fights that y'all was in position to make long ago. And maybe not so. I don't know. I just hope I be wanting to see something good come out of this shit instead of hearing that it's about to just go bad. And, you know what I'm saying? That's why people be asking questions like, is boxing dying? I don't think so. I think it's changing, and I think people so creatures of habit that they're not accustomed to the change. They don't take well to change in boxing. See things switch, like we get to panicking immediately. You know what I'm saying? Something be a little different than what you used to.
Yep.
Start talking about how it always was and
how it used to be.
Yeah, everything changes, everything, and that's the part about sports in general that I think people that speak on them should acknowledge, man. No one sport stays the same. So there's no sense in talking about back in the day. I mean, or being stuck on it, because that's not gonna make boxing better today. Got to focus on what it's way too much talent. It's way too much talent. And there's clearly a lot of money in this shit. You know what I'm saying? And all they got to do is make fights, man. You know what I mean? Give people something for their money. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't just saying, oh, well, the best fight the best. I get it. I know that's not going to happen as often as people would like it in their head, but that don't mean it can't be a regular occurrence, man. We should have to be bled dry to see a good fight.
Shout out to you, TSO. I could dig what you're saying, but what also pushes them or inspires promoters to produce better product is having competition. That's what inspires them to do better, not being under the same roof. You know what I'm saying? I think for a long time where we had Don King and and Bob Arum, man, they became who they are based off of a competitive war between the two of them. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that in Don King without Bob Arum chasing him to do what he's doing. Or when Al Heyman came in the room and he was changing it up, and now we all gonna sue him because he's not doing what we're doing. It's healthy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They started having to, break bread with them fighters a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's healthy competition.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. It's necessary. That shit is necessary. Hopefully we just keep getting a better sport overall from year to year. That's what I like to see. Even if it's gradual, it ain't got to be leaps and bounds, but just from a year to year basis, man, get a little bit better.
That's real talk.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, Just, man, I got to sneak out my side chick house for my girl get home. So I'm going to holler back at you.
You stupid. All right, you already know, bro. Appreciate you. Shout out to my dog behind the hands TV, man. So 10 more minutes. Shout out to Uncle Villain, man. You're almost there. Hopefully I got you through some of your day, man. Shout out to everybody that rocked out to the end of the show. Appreciate y'all. If you ain't hit the like button, double tap the screen. Make sure you do. If you ain't subscribed, make sure you are. Hit that bell icon. We on Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to keep building and growing, man. Y'all know how we do, man. Shout out to Son of God. Appreciate the support, family. Everybody that's rocking, we appreciate the love. Y'all know it. We gonna see what's next for boxing, man. Blue Hustle, man, my dog. Boxers like Tank killing boxing because they chase the money and not the belts. Money. Natural, nah. Son of God, I don't think he ain't killing boxing, right? Because he's only one guy, and there's so many other people that represent and make up the sport into what it is now, right? And I think, truth be told, that they all do it. I think Tank's moves are just a bit more bold, so they're far easier to criticize than other guys. Other guys are able to dress up their money moves a lot better, right? Respect to Floyd Mayweather. I never say he cherry picked. I just think he was very good at dressing up his moves, right? His money moves as top tier challenges and stuff like that, right? So I don't think he's killing it because I think guys have always chased the money. He's just a guy that's more bold about it, and his moves would indicate that. Anybody that's bold enough to fight a Jake Paul after telling you going to get them people a rematch and all that stuff is pretty bold, and I respect it because not too many people in this sport we're gonna see be put in a position and had an opportunity that Tank has to make that money. So nah, he ain't. I don't think he killing it. I think he killing the game. And that's good because we know boxing is a dirty game. It's a grimy, lonely sport. And then, like my brother Adam McQueen said, you either finesse or you get finesse. Tank has done some finessing that's worked in his favor. And I don't mean that as a slight to him at all, but he's made things work in his favor. He's crafted and conducted his career in a way that he can look back and say, I did it my way, or I made the most out of this shit. You know what I mean? And when I was able to, I done it my way. So I respect it, Chasing the bags is robbing us a good fight. It seems like it. But only in this case is a one-off. It's kind of anomaly because this chasing this bag is away from legacy because this bag potentially could pay more than any of those other legacy fights. You get what I'm saying? So it's tough to tell Tank in this situation, take anywhere from 5 to 8 million for a more dangerous fight, a riskier fight, than this 40 million for a risky fight, but not counting on your record and not as dangerous from a skill standpoint, a competitive standpoint, right? So really what it comes down to is people just understanding that boxing has always been a business, and then more so now than ever, right? As times went on, there's just more money in the sport. Shout out to Rod. So people are going to chase money. We just had to be prepared to understand that that's what these guys are in it for. Like, think about Son of God, all of those dudes that chase the legacy and not the bag. You see how a lot of those guys are messed up today. So fighters of today have kind of switched gears and kind of changed that about themselves, right? Where They ain't trying to retire messed up, brain dead, concussions and no money. They trying to make sure that they can maximize the bag. And I think when you take punishment for a living, it's very tough to tell somebody to just chase legacy versus their money. Because dig this, legacy is something that we get to argue about when their careers is over. It don't really benefit them if the money didn't come with it, right? If they look back and they see that they fought a bunch of tough fights but didn't secure certain bags when they should have, that would have enabled them to be able to make even more money with those bigger fights, right? With those tougher fights. So it's all about smart business, understanding the business and making the best moves for yourself. And if you lucky, I think moves that you make will highly benefit the viewer at home, which would then in turn allow people to be able to support you and what you're doing and get behind you. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, I would still urge all people to still don't forget to be supporters of these guys, but not just based on if they're doing exactly what you think they should be doing, if they're handling business when they're inside that square circle. That shit matters. I think Turkey is making sure the money come with the legacy. That's possible. That's possible. Jordan, I just hope that with the legacy, I hope they do go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? That's something I think if they do go hand in hand, I think that's something that people could get behind, right? If you can, because think about it, you'll gain the money and earn the respect too. So, you know what I mean? That's dope. I mean, I don't see nobody complaining about a situation like that, right? And real quick, while we wrapping up, man, we got about 9 minutes, man. We're going to get to the 4-hour mark because y'all know how we do over here. I'm going to play a couple of the clips that I didn't remember to play during the show. We got a fight coming up with Brandon Glanton and Sir Marcus Brown. Y'all remember Marcus Brown, man. Damn good fighter and hell of an Olympian in his time. So he'll be fighting Brandon Glanton. Bulletproof Brandon Glanton, man. This was a good little face-off. It got heated, man. Check this out.
What the fuck up?
Hey, yo, I ain't gonna get on TV.
You don't know me.
Tell you what.
You do not know me.
Talking. Sign that for me.
You do not know me.
Sign that for me.
Sign what?
Sign that for me.
Sign what?
Why don't you go ahead and make the fight 12 rounds like you said? You said you want to fight.
How about this? Look at this. You talking about sign what? About to be early. You talking about 12 rounds?
Early?
Look at that, boy.
Oh yeah, you mean sparring when I was 9-0. I ain't know nothing about boxing.
I feel you.
Keep that energy.
Look at that. Look at it.
Change the fight.
Look at it.
Do what we're supposed to do.
Look at it. That's you.
I'm doing my best not to be disrespectful in front of these cameras.
But we done.
I'm put my hands on you. Sign that. Sign that contract.
Put your hands on me.
Sign that contract. All right. Hey, yo, listen.
Listen what?
Listen
what? Listen what? Listen what? Listen what? Listen what?
Listen what? Shout out to Marcus Brown, man. Sir Marcus. I rock with Marcus Brown, but I like Brandon Glanton. They obviously sparred when he was much younger, 9-0. This is much later down the line. This would be a good fight. Look, Brandon Glanton, as tough as they come, he could fight. He could fight his hell. He could fight his ass off, man. He gonna get in there and make it rough and tough. But Marcus Brown talking about ending it early, so we'll see if he's able to go out there and do exactly what he said, end it early. That's a good fight. Shout out to my baby girl, the queen, Miss Jusdueboxing is in the building. Shout out to my baby girl and my guy, William Old School. Appreciate you pulling up. Z, oh, y'all, shout out to everybody that rocked out to the end, man. We got a couple more clips. Let's get to it, man. Connor Ben was talking, man. He was running the jigs.
I like to fight Barons. Once they've got their WBC world title, you are... it's a hard one because I sit there and I go, I'd like to mix it with Shakur. I like to mix it, all the Yanks, all the Americans. They are currently killing it. Obviously, you got Lewis Crawford who won the IPL, but as for Devin Haney, Brian Norman, I'd love the winner. As for Shakur, if he wants to come up, Shakur. Who else is there? Any of your top guys? Right. Do you know what I mean? You want to compare yourself to them because we put them on a pedestal over here. So you really want to mix it with them and do a number on them.
Yeah, man. At least he knows, at least Connor Ben knows full well that these you know, these fighters that he speak of are held on the pedestal where he's from. So I respect the reason why he's saying he need to get in the ring with the guys. Peace to the queen of rain. How you feeling today? Good to see you in the building. Thrill Hill, that Wanderlei melee. It's gonna be hard to top, Judge. Yeah, that one was crazy. Speaking of that, bro, I had a short clip, man. This was bad, bro. They did him filthy.
Vai apanhar todo mundo. Quando apanha um no corner, apanha todo mundo. Quando apanha um em cima do ringue, apanha todo mundo.
That was Wanderlei Silva getting knocked out in his fight against, what's his name? Arcelino Freitas or something like that. He threw a headbutt in a boxing match and he got disqualified, and then the security from the other team ended up knocking him out cold. And he was like out sleep, and they had to like drag him by his arms in the corner. It was bad. He got dragged away. I posted a short video. It's on the channel, y'all, if y'all ain't catch it. But they did him filthy. I mean, he did throw the headbutt, which led to him getting disqualified, and then it kind of led to the melee. But, man, he caught a clean one. Buddy ain't had no gloves on or nothing. Laid his ass out, man. Laid him out, man. Y'all seen his eye? Y'all got to see the picture. I got a short video. His eye was jacked, bro. They did him filthy. They did him really bad, man. Yeah. Throwing that damn headbutt, he got a little too hyped up. Another clip that I seen, just, you know, I'm the clip guy. I see a clip of Jamal Herring talking about Shakur Stevenson approaching him at the sea. What did he say? Did he say a sea?
Put up my story. Shakur watches everything. He watches everything.
Shakur literally, he's the best.
He watches everything. So
you
drop
put up
my
your
location.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm about to get out, I'm about to get out, about to eat, So I dropped the location. Then I heard it from the front door. Matter of fact, I heard it from the entrance. It was just mad, but I ain't paying no mind. I'm like, yo, why it's so loud? And they just rolled up. It was like the whole entrance like blocked off. It was like
Nah, Shakur, that's hilarious. So hold on. So you look up, you know, Bomac, his hands was mad greasy. He was in that.
It was me. It was just, I think it was just me and the trainer. So it was like 4 of us. So like me, Bomac, Red, and Sawu, and I think maybe like one other or somebody that's with us at the time. But we look up. I'm sitting there chewing, whatever, and I see it's like Shakur and them. And Bomac got out and pushed them all back. Push the
Hold on. So Bomac pushed him back.
Shout out to Bo, shout out to Bo. Bo got up. It was like, back the fuck up. But we was playing, but they knew they was, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, but like Bomac got up. But again, you got people in here scared as hell. Like, they don't know what's going on. It's just mad commotion. And Bowman got like, yo, back up, back up, boop, 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 boop. I just stayed seated, like.
Gotta rock with Bowman. Shout out to Jamal Herring. That's funny, man. Core was on that with him, man. That was funny. That was funny, man. It was on that. Take it down. And lastly, man, I got a clip from Gary Russell Jr. And he spoke about Lamont and Tank, and this is what he had to say. Guys.
So do you think you can beat Tank? Fuck it. Tank would dog you. If Tank think he would dog me, he would did it by now. Get your money with Paul in this exhibition. Get your money, but after that show, you really gotta show up. You're married. How long you been married for? I'm one of them type of people. People don't know none of my business. But the ring is symbolic. I ain't married no more. I divorced my wife like 3 years ago. So this is breaking news. This is definitely breaking news. Wow. Lamont is moving around this joint with an inflated head because he fought to a draw. I will beat his ass. Then it's gonna make people think, if he did that to Lamont, then what the fuck will he do to Tank? Were you hating when he was being selected by Tank to fight? If you're picking and choosing who you're fighting, that is a sign of weakness. No one ever brought your name up as a contender. Because they scared. I see bitch in them. So Lamont, you should have kept your mouth closed. I'm gonna see. Everybody has a perspective. What's yours?
Shout out to Lamont, man. Shout out to Lamont. Shout out to Gary Russell Jr. Look, he said, man, it beat Tank ass. Said Lamont, it beat Lamont's ass. My thing is, he did make his debut at 35. Yeah, that was a good one, Z. That was a good one, bro. He was talking some stuff, and I just used that clip. Shout out to bro, man. But he did some good work with Gary. But he answered some questions. Look, Gary ain't never gonna bite his tongue. The only thing that you could knock him for is inactivity. When he in that ring, he fight. You just seen in this comeback fight. What do you have, about 3 years off, man? That man, you know what I mean? Missed too much of a beat for the opponent selection, the opportunity, the situation. He made the most of that. He went out there and smoked Buddy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Superman. He went out there and smoked him. So I love that Gary be talking his ish. I just wish he was able to be more active so he'd get credit for the stuff that he talked. Because people kind of write him off as he just some guy on the sideline talking like he wasn't one of the longest reigning champions in the sport. And that's how I say how quick people forget. I don't forget, bro. And I don't look at boxing or sports. What have you done for me lately? Because that's not realistic. Yeah, maybe somebody that's doing business with you or something like that. But I'm a supporter. Look, I'm a rocker with the work you put in. I ain't got no reason. Gary Russell never showed me a reason to doubt that he'll fight these guys. I get it. He made the fights with some of these bigger names, but let's not act like guys ain't pounding down his door trying to fight him. You know what I'm saying? They know that's a difficult matchup for them. That's not going to just be no run-of-the-mill guy. The only loss on his record is a disputed loss to Mark Magsayo, who they forced him to fight through an injury and still take that fight. And they had to pry his belt from his hands and rob him on the cards to Mark Magsayo so he wouldn't be the champion. So that dude is special, man. He's he a dog to me. I respect him. I don't care what shit he talk. I know when he in the ring, he can fight. And stylistically, he a tough matchup for these guys, man. So Antoine fighting Andy Hiroka, Zoom. He fighting Andy Hiroka on the Jake Paul and Tank fight. Tank undercard. Fighting Andy Hiroka. He got a solid competitor, solid opponent in front of him. So yeah, man. That's my thoughts, man. Shout out to Lamont. Him and Lamont be a great fight. Him and Tank still would be a great fight. The good thing is now versus any other time he spoke these guys' names, he was inactive and he wasn't at he wasn't at 135. Now since then he's moved to 135 and had a successful fight there where he's got to shake off some ring rust. And I believe he stopped Buddy recently. So yeah, Gary Russell looked pretty good in this comeback fight to me. I like what I've seen from him. I think he's still hungry. He still got something left to prove to the sport. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to my dog, Son of God, man. He was asking, who's the next face. I don't know who's gonna be the next face, but one of the next potential GOATs of boxing is Shakur Stevenson. I think if he get the fights, he get the opportunities, win, lose, or draw, I think when it's all said and done, he going to prove that he was one of the best doing it while he boxed. That's what I believe, but it's all a matter of opportunities. It's very similar to Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford got overlooked, said he couldn't sell, wasn't a big star, all this stuff, all these different criticisms. We heard people say boring, not entertaining, all this dumb stuff. So, it's ridiculous, man. It's definitely ridiculous. Now, but like I said, much how they missed it with Bud, I think they missing it with Shakur Stevenson. If I'm wrong, then I'll be here for that. But I think T.O. is the start of him proving to people just how special he is, man. I think that'll be one of the first names, a true 50-50 type fight in the odds of many. And you'll just have to tip your hat and respect it if they can make that fight happen. So let's see if he's able to manifest and facilitate these bigger fights with these bigger names, these more notable names, and get these guys in the ring so he can continue to prove his worth and show separation between him and the rest of his peers. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see. But that's my time for today, man. Much love, much appreciation to everybody that tapped in, tuned in, William Old School, Teach, Superman, Zoom, Verse. Shout out to my guy, JP, John, TSO, Bodega Ty, my guy, Broly, Z in the building, Thrill Hill, Superman. Much love to all y'all, man. Y'all make sure y'all notifications is on, and we're going to be back. Shout out to Broly. Appreciate you, homie. We'll be back tomorrow for another boxing build at 4 p.m. So with that, much love to the fam, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Representing Brick City, Shakur
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just